Good evening, everyone. We will officially kick off this workshop. We have our Mayor Pro Tem is on her way here. She's running a few minutes late. We have 2 council members that are going to be out today. And so you got the skeleton crew tonight, but this is the dream team. This is the A team. Trust me, you got the best of the best. The best. So we'll start off our workshop here at 5 p.m. and we have a presentation on roadway impact fees. So Dan, if you can introduce this topic for us, and as I understand it, we have a presentation tonight.
We do. Speaking of A-team, yep, we've got the A-team here tonight to present something that we haven't ever talked about before. It would be a new thing for the city of Manvel, but certainly not a new thing in Texas or a new thing in our area. So it would be a whole new impact fee for roadways. So yet another revenue stream to help build, to help brace for impact, so to speak, on new developments. So like our water and sewer impact fees, it wouldn't, what's another word for impact? I'm going to keep saying impact. It wouldn't impact our existing customers, but the new customers. And I don't want to steal your thunder, but Ashita's here to talk to us about it. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Ashita Rahman. I'm with Reason Nichols, and with me today I have 2 of my coworkers, Bailey Keller and Chad Comum. And as Dan was mentioning, we'll do a brief presentation on roadway impact fees. We're calling it Roadway Impact Fee 101, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. So impact fees, as y'all already have water, wastewater impact fees, so you may be familiar with this concept already. Impact fees are a fee that would be applied to new development only so that new development can pay the share for their growth and the cost they impact into the capital improvement projects. So it's basically a financing tool that allows you to recoup the cost of a portion of growth that's happening in the next 10 years. So without an impact fee in place, all of the cost that is associated with new infrastructure would be coming from your ratepayers. So whether with water, sewer rates and taxes, but with impact fees, new development would be sharing their cost. So it's something that's regulated by Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 395. Impact fees have to be updated at least every 5 years, and there's a set process in the local government code that you have to follow in order to have impact fee in place and impact fee updates. There is a capital improvement advisory committee, which you already have, who takes their recommendation of impact fees from the study and evaluates the land use assumptions and the CIP and the impact fee and provides recommendation to you, council. And then as council, you would be determining adopting the study and adopting an impact fee and adopting an assessment rate. So here we're showing an example of what different things can be paid for with impact fees and what cannot be paid for with impact fees. So everything in green are impact fee eligible. So if it's an existing project or an ongoing project that has some capacity that could serve growth in the next 10 years, that is impact fee eligible. If it's a new project serving growth in the next 10 years, that's also impact fee eligible. And any surveying, engineering, land acquisition cost, or debt service that's associated with those impact fee eligible projects can also be paid with impact fee account dollars. And the study that we conducted for water, wastewater, and then if you go forward with a roadway impact fee, that study itself is also impact fee eligible. But if it's something that's related to a repair, replacement, in kind, or an operation and maintenance type of work on either roadway or water, wastewater, those projects are not eligible to be paid for impact fee funds. And if it's an upgrade that is being done to alleviate some deficiency that's in the system and will only be serving existing customers, that's also not eligible for impact fee. Any administration cost to run the impact fee program is not eligible for impact fee. So there's a lot of projects that you can pay for still with impact fees. There's just a few that needs to be just replacement related that are not eligible. So for impact fee determination, because you have water, wastewater impact fee already, and roadway would be something that's new, we tried to show key differences between water and wastewater and roadway. So water, wastewater, you assess impact fees based on your water meter sizes. So you have a unit meter, any meter that's a multiplier of a unit meter gets assessed a higher cost, higher impact fee than the unit meter. On roadway side, it's based on the size of the development and service area and the type of the development. And I'll talk a little more about that. And then water, wastewater impact fee can be assessed and applied to the city limits and also ETJ. On the roadway side, it's limited to the city limits only. On the assessment part is similar. They are all assessed at the time of platting and collected at the time of permit being pulled. So I talked a little bit about roadway service area. So roadway service area is confined with the city limits, but then Texas Local Government Code also applies another limit to roadway service areas, and that is a 6-mile diameter. So each roadway service area cannot be more than 6 miles in diameter. So I'm showing an example from League City. The city got divided into 4 service areas, basically to meet that limitation. And for each service area, the projects that are associated with the service area and the growth that's associated with the service area would be assessed separately. So each service area could have a different impact fee that's calculated, and then could have also a different impact fee that's adopted. So we tried to do a conceptual analysis of how many service areas you may have in Manvel, and I think we're landing into maybe 3 to meet that 6-mile radius, 6-mile diameter requirement. And other things to consider would be physical boundaries and major highways like 288 and Highway 6, maybe separating the city based on that physical boundary. So the next part of impact fee assessment calculation portion is calculating the land use assumption, which is very critical in all impact fee calculation, both water, wastewater, and roadway. And this is something, if you conduct a study, one study can be transferring into the next study, because growth, we're basically just looking at the growth that's coming in the next 10 years. So this is a map from the previous water wastewater impact fee update study. We looked at all of the developments that were coming in and collected information from the developer to understand what portion of that growth is coming in the next 10 years. So there may be growth beyond that, but impact fee analysis can only be confined into the 10-year period. So delineating the service area is important. And then we look at the existing population and existing commercial acreage and look at projected 10-year population and 10-year commercial acreage to identify the growth that will be happening in the next 10 years, and then it gets transferred into service units. So without getting too much into service units look a little different between water, wastewater, and roadway, but all of those are converted into an equivalent service unit growth. So for example, for water, wastewater, new home or connection single-family unit is a single service unit, and if it's a large commercial development that may need a 2-inch meter, could be a 7 single-family service unit equivalent. And same on the roadway side, there will be service unit differences between whether it's a residential development versus commercial development, because they just generate traffic differently. Then the next part is identifying the capital improvement plan. So for roadway service area, the capital improvement plan is rooted in your master thoroughfare plan. So if the roads that your thoroughfare plan has identified as the arterial or collector roads, Chapter 395 allows it to you include those in the impact fee calculation. And again, on the roadway side as well, if you have completed a roadway project that has capacity for next 10 years of growth, you can recoup some of that cost using impact fee analysis. And if it's state or federal roads where city has done any monetary contribution, that portion of that cost can also be included in the impact fee calculation. But the last bullet point here is to just clarify that this is different than your traditional CIP, because your traditional CIP would have a road maintenance, may have projects that's not serving growth, and may also have projects within neighborhoods. those can be included in the impact fee CIP only if the city is paying for those projects and then those are serving growth. So if it's a neighborhood line that's being developed by the developer, we would not include that in the impact fee calculation unless the city is paying for an oversizing there.
Ishita, while you're there, could you also talk about the difference between an impact fee for roadways and a TIA? Because we typically require a traffic impact analysis for a big development, but that doesn't capture the other roads that are impacted, like this would.
Right. This would only be capturing roads that are serving the tenure of growth. Or, so for example, if you are expanding a road, adding new lanes, those additional new lanes are going to be included in this analysis and not the existing lanes or any modification on the existing lanes. Then does that answer the question? Yeah. Okay, so here's a screenshot of your master thoroughfare plan. So all of the roads that you're showing in different colors, there's a good possibility of all of those would get included in the impact fee analysis. But what would be assessed during the impact fee study process is what portion of these roads are contributing, getting impacted by growth. So in the impact fee calculation process, would take the eligible impact fee CIP cost and subtract rate credit, and I'll get to that in a bit, and then divide it by the service unit growth to get the impact fee that's per each service unit. So the rate credit I just mentioned is something that Texas Local Government Code Chapter 395 has in place. It can be done in two ways. Either you could reduce the eligible CIP cost by 50%, basically providing a 50% credit, or you could conduct a credit analysis, basically taking in the debt service information and the proposed project information and growth existing customer information to do a proper analysis and identify what portion would be of the fees are going to be covered by current and future ratepayer rates. So this is a process to avoid any possibility of double dipping and making it very clear that impact fees are not covering anything that would be covered by rates already. So that was the calculation part. Overall process is developing the 10-year land use assumptions, then identifying the 10-year impact fee eligible CIP, and then the next process is when we go into public presentations. So the first one is a SEAC workshop on land use and impact fee. So SEAC receives that information, and SEAC will provide a written recommendation 5 business days before a public hearing to you as council, and then you would receive that information during the public hearing, number one, and after that public hearing, the next step is to adopt the study on the land use and CIP, and then move on to the next process. So after that, would go into conducting the impact fee calculation, as I was showing with the equation in the previous slide, and developing a report. And that report is then again presented to SEAC, and SEAC reviews the impact fee calculations and provides a recommendation to council. And then we go into public hearing, the second public hearing for the adoption of the impact fees. And after the adoption of the impact fees can be assessed for new developments. So the key difference here from your water wastewater to roadway would be because you have had your water wastewater impact fees for over a decade now, and it's existing. You don't have to go through the public hearing number 1 process for water wastewater. So we can do a land use, CIP, and impact fee SEAC presentation, and then public hearing. Just have one of those. But because roadway is a new program, you would have to go through 2 sets of public hearings and presentations to SEAC. So it's a slightly lengthier process because of that. But once you have the roadway impact fee in place, the next update would be, again, just a single presentation to cover the update. So here's not something that's required, but we'd like to show a comparison on where you are in comparison with your neighboring cities and other cities, similar cities. Some we have from North Texas area as well. So you currently do not have roadway impact fee. You're at 95.48 on the water, wastewater, and roadway water, wastewater impact fee combined. So in this chart, we are showing all of the different cities adopted water impact fee in blue, adopted wastewater impact fee in green, and then roadway impact fee in gray. So just as I was mentioning earlier, roadway has different service areas, so there's a possibility that different service areas got a different impact fee calculated. For comparison only, we're showing the highest of the service areas for these cities. So, and these are also adopted numbers, not necessarily everybody adopted maximum allowable. So for comparison, we're showing the adopted numbers, and also the cities that did their study more recently and have a lot of growth happening and a lot of impact fee eligible projects happening, they tend to have the higher of the impact fees in the range.
It looks like League City's the only one that's doing the roadway fee right now.
Nearby, yes, yeah. And then I don't think we have City of Manvel View at the very beginning, but we are currently helping them with the process of updating their water, wastewater, roadway impact fee. So they will move up closer to the middle of the range here, like if they adopt maximum allowable. Yeah.
Did you say Manvel?
Mont Bellevue.
Oh, okay. It sounded like Manvel for a second.
Well, thank you so much for this presentation. And I think, Dan, what staff is looking for tonight is my understanding, because we're in the process of updating water and wastewater. We're updating our thoroughfare plan, is whether or not council would like to take a step with putting in place a roadway impact fee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's exactly right. Like I said, it's something new, and this is the first time we've heard it. It's not something that we necessarily budgeted for this year. Although, we could talk about, could this come from the phase 3 or of the CO funds, perhaps? We do have a proposal from them. We haven't put out an RFQ per se or anything like that for it. Just really trying to see if this was something that council would be interested in. Again, it's always difficult to sort of anticipate that this is a once in a lifetime thing that we have right now with our CO money. I say it's once in a lifetime. So far, it's been once in our lifetimes anyway, right? To actually have funds to help out with roads, but even all of those are for the most part being used to fix the older roads. So we don't have a source right now. So is this something that I guess council would be interested in pursuing?
Well, what I'll say is I'm very much interested in it. You can drive around Manvel and you can see the impact that the new development and the growth has had on the existing roads. And if there's a way that we can provide a dedicated fund to help us improve, widen, do what's needed for those roads without impacting the current taxpayers, I absolutely think that we should do that. That's why I'm in support of bringing our water and wastewater impact fees to the max, because we're seeing the cost of that. And when the new development isn't paying for what they should pay for, it's the current taxpayers, one way or another, that have to pay for it. So I'm in full support of taking this next step. Council, do you guys have any questions, comments? I mean, we'll definitely want to provide direction to staff here, so please provide your comments. But if you have any questions before you can do that, we have the dream team here. And appreciate you guys all being here tonight. Councilman Bonner, anything for you, sir?
No, just really good presentation that I don't have any real questions for right now. I'm also in favor of moving forward towards this.
Councilman Lands, anything for you, sir?
I think it just needs more review.
Councilman Oplager?
I certainly like the idea. I think if I understand it correctly, right, so this would have helped where there was a development, and then where the traffic migrates through the older streets, it would help us pay to maintain the older streets. Is that, it's kind of the...
It will help you to expand capacity of the older street as needed. Yeah.
Increase the capacity?
Yes, increase the capacity. So because it's impact fees are related to capacity expansion. If it's just a maintenance and not increasing the capacity, we won't be able to include that in the.
And how does it increase the capacity on,
So increase in capacity would be adding a new lane. Say you have a new development coming in, and then a street is going to be heavily impacted by the new development, and you would have to do construction and add in 2 new lanes. Those 2 lanes would be impact fee eligible.
that's the only time you could use the money?
Yes, you can only use it if you are increasing capacity to serve growth.
So it wouldn't apply to everybody then?
Sorry?
Would it apply to all?
It would, yeah, it would apply to all of the new growth within the certain service area, because roadway is separated by
Right,
service area.
in a service area, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
So
worth
it's-
exploring.
So it's conceivable that the impact fee for the service area, say, south of Highway 6, could be different from the impact fee on the west side of 288, could be different from the northeast side of 288 and Highway 6. What's that? It would vary.
Because this development is or isn't happening in one specific.
Exactly.
That's exactly right, yeah.
So that's why they had that stipulation. So it's a little bit different, like Ashita said. So water and sewer, we just have one service area for the whole city. But for these, the max is 6 miles, I think, right? So you can be less than 6 miles, of course. So we would want to have just logical, I guess, boundaries for our service areas, right?
That's correct.
I think a good example here, Dan, too, is if you look at Del Bello Boulevard, so the city had to pay a cost to extend a portion of Del Bello Boulevard because of the growth, and that came from one of our different funds. Well, when Del Bello would have been put in, this could have been an impact fee eligible project that they could have paid for. Or when we talk about Lakeland, Dogwood, Tankersley, and Charlotte should be wider roads. Well, that means you have right-of-way acquisition, expansion, there's a lot of costs associated with that. Lakeland should have paid, the developer should have paid to help with that, at least some of it. That would help that. Developers are still obligated to do their internal streets, they still have those obligations. They still have obligations for perimeter streets, but it's only half of the perimeter streets. So then if the city wants to do the other half, we're having to come out of our fund balance for that instead of putting that on the growth that's coming. Thinking there. So Councilman, you're open to exploring it further? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, any questions or comments from you?
Yes, I struggled a bit to look at this because we lost power before here while I was on a Zoom and doing my prep work for this meeting. When we talk about the impact fee, we're discussing it mainly towards the developers, right? Not imposing it on the citizens. I want to be clear that this does
Yeah.
not mean, because when the citizens chime in or watch this, if things aren't clearly, defined, it could come across as an impact fee. Are we being billed for it, or or is the developer being billed for it?
Right. The developer would be whoever is causing the impact to the system, as opposed to, and what are they called, the normal service? We're not doing it.
Oh, a roadway maintenance fee.
Roadway maintenance fee. That's a different type of fee, which we don't have either. But that one would impact all citizens if we, which we're not. If anybody's listening, we're not proposing that at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's really why I'm asking these questions. They're more of clarification questions so that it doesn't sound confusing. And so when we are discussing what an impact fee is, it is so that the developers share that cost. They're the ones that put forth that money, and that way, therefore, that portion of it is eliminated on our taxpayer.
That's
So for that, 1,000% in on that, I think we need to bring developers that are ready to invest in us up front. If they see the beauty and the value of what's coming to Manvel, then they should see the beauty of the investment.
All right.
I do have one question.
Yep, Councilman?
And maybe I'm going in the wrong direction here. So if a developer's going to say, okay, yeah, we're impact fee, we can work this out. If they're in the mud, are they just going to throw that money into the mud?
That's a
And
great question.
The mud's going to take it over, the payment for it. And then it goes back to the,
Yes, because usually what happens is we get a mud, they get an impact fee, so how are they recovering that? Is it going through the mud? Are they passing that on through the mud, or is the mud is usually for water utilities, right? So,
Yeah.
Because muds don't usually do.
If they have roadway powers?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
so what's the
possible.
answer? That's a great question, Councilman.
That could be a deal killer.
Well, but does it? I mean, at the same time, when I look at it, why should my taxes go up to pay for the projects that the future growth is necessitating? So either we stop future growth, or future growth should pay for what they pay for. And that's a part of the price of living in Manvel and investing in this community.
Yeah.
My taxes continue to go up because we're having to pay for things that the future growth necessitates. And we hear from people about that all the time. Well, this is a way to put the cost on the future growth. Now, whether the developer passes that cost on to the MUD, or whether they pass that cost on to the cost of the home, as you have talked about, Councilman Bonner, I think the new growth should pay for it.
Yeah. And
That's
then,
kind of the philosophy. If not, we're paying for it with property taxes, and that means we're not going to be able to hire the 14 officers that the chief needs or the 10 officers that Public Works needs. Some way, somehow, we have to get the new growth to pay for this, or we have to stop the new growth altogether.
And that's fine as long as that's set up when the developer is talking about, but if he's going to join a MUD, sometimes we can't change those already in place agreements.
Sounds like a kerfuffle.
What do you mean there, Councilman? Trying to track with you.
This goes back to where we're adding costs to an existing MUD. If we're just going to perpetuate that problem, then we need to think of something different. If we're going to come in and add more fees to a developer who's in turn going to turn around and add that to the cost of an existing MUD, now you, for example, has been paying 10 years in your MUD, and now you just added another 4 or 5 years onto it.
You understand what he's saying, Dan?
I think I do. So that would only apply, I guess, if an existing MUD was expanding. So that expansion could very well have to pay this impact fee if it were up and running. But again, the existing MUD or non-MUD customers wouldn't have to pay the impact fee.
that's right.
But from my understanding, that's why it's such a good question, because usually the developer will use the MUD and they pass that on to the homeowners. They're doing it through the MUD though. So it's a way to bypass and say, fine, we'll take on the impact fee, and then we as a homeowner get stuck twice with it. So I'd like more information on that, just because it's a great question. I just want to make sure that we're clear on how that's going to affect us or not as homeowners.
Yeah.
But there's existing MUDs that have vacant land, right?
Yeah.
That hasn't been developed yet.
That's
Like
right.
the Del Bello idea on 58 Croy.
Yeah.
So
So a little more information to that. If you are existing homeowner, you would not be paying this impact fees. So the impact fee assessment is done when during the platting process. So if you have water and wastewater impact fee in place, if you have roadway impact fee as well, all of that impact fee for the new plat would be assessed during the platting process, and it would be collected when during the permitting process of the new development. So only those who are platting when your impact fee are in place would be paying that impact fee.
And usually what happens is developers will pass that cost on to the home builders, and the home builders pass that cost on in the cost of the home that's being built. And then whenever they sell it to the homeowner, their home ownership price to buy that home increases slightly to cover the back costs. You don't usually see it as a part of the debt issuance for impact fees, because when MUDs issue debt, which impact the MUD taxes, that's for big capital projects. They're not paying for capital projects. So this, for a developer, would not be a MUD reimbursable expense because it's not a capital cost. Now, if the developer was coming in and actually physically building the road itself, one, you have to be a MUD that's eligible to do road projects. Not all MUDs can do road projects in that way. And number two, it has to be the actual capital project that they're reimbursing. It's not a fee that they can be reimbursed for.
Well, I suppose, is it conceivable that if the MUD puts in the road expansion, just like a water and sewer impact fee, if they do that in lieu of paying the impact fees, then we offset that cost? I mean, we don't double dip, right?
That's right,
Yeah.
yes.
So if the MUD builds the road, that could be a MUD reimbursable expense, which would come from the property taxes of the MUD residents, who are the new growth. But if they say, we're not going to, instead of doing that, we would rather do this impact fee that ultimately gets passed on to the home buyer whenever they buy their home to reimburse the cost. So it's just that the concept is we're isolating the cost to the growth instead of the current taxpayers, such as ourselves and such as some that are sitting in this room tonight. So it really comes down to, who do we want to pay the cost of these roads that are going to need to be widened, that are going to need to be expanded, that need the work. They need the work. We just spent $330,000 of the taxpayers' dollars on Dogwood, Tankersley, and Charlotte. So where's that money going to come from? Kind of the thought process there.
Well, we're not making decisions right now, are we?
We're just directing staff to give us more information.
Yeah.
I think that's just, we need to make sure it's clear whenever we do get to that point. I want to be sure that how we're passing on cost.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you
Does
so
that
much.
help give you guys what you need, or is that as clear as mud?
Bud?
I think so. I think we can work out the particulars. You know, the study itself is going to take 9 months, 10 months.
Yeah, it studies itself, and then in addition to that, we have the public processes.
Right. So I mean, we can work out the fine details, I think, but I think there's an optimum window that, you know, at some point we're going to get over the hump, and the roads that still need to be built,
Yes.
we're not going to, you know, we're not going to have this as an option, I think. And so
That is correct. So for example, a city that's completely built out and doesn't have any much room to grow, they really cannot use the impact fee process much. Like for a city like Manvel, who is growing, this is the right time to have an impact fee in place to apply that to growth.
Because you would usually see that would be a roadway service fee, and that would be something that would be charged to every resident within
That's
the city.
correct. It would be like the water wastewater rates.
Yeah, like a water wastewater rate that would then go into a dedicated fund. And so instead of saying, all right, we have to raise taxes to fix these roads, we're going to do this dedicated fee. Because you can also do, I think, what is it, a drainage service fee? That was based off of your meter size. It's the same concept that isolates specific funds rather than just into the general fund. Yeah. And, you know, Councilman Bonner, to your point about the mud, I mean, anytime a new mud is created or expanded, we establish the conditions for that. Yeah, well, even existing ones that want to expand, we can say, these are the conditions and the terms, if you want to expand, that you have to agree to. And then if they don't agree to those, then we don't vote for the expansion. And this could be one of those existing conditions in the mud policy as a protection for the mud residents. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so
It was a
much.
good discussion, as you can see,
Thanks.
where you got the juices flowing, so thank you so much. All right, next item on the workshop is presentation on Del Bello Lake's next phase. Dan, if you can introduce this item, and then we have Mr. Robert here with us tonight.
Yes. This is a continuation of our discussion, I guess, 2 meetings ago. So if anybody missed that meeting, the idea is that the developer of Del Bello Lakes is loving what they've seen in Manvel so far and wants to expand their operations. And so we had a lively discussion, a lively workshop at the last time, and we've had some good visits with Robert and his team, with Shea Homes, and I guess is Toll Brothers still? Yeah, so Shea and Toll, both sort of established builders in Manvel. And so anyway, he has heard some of council's concerns and wants to kind of bring it back tonight. So if you're ready, Robert, let's go.
Thank you, Dan. Again, my name is Robert Santini with Shea Homes, and on the topic of investing in the city of Manvel, that's what I'm here hoping to continue to do for Shea Homes, and then in partnership with Toll Brothers as well. I'm going to spend the first 2 minutes just quickly catching up or refreshing rather, what was presented last time. So the first 5 or so slides will just be repeat, not presenting anything new. This is for 107 acres proposed expansion of Del Bello Lakes, sitting here in the green, northeast of existing Del Bello Lakes. This was the old land plan that was presented at the last meeting, showing 49% 50-foot lots and 51% 60-foot lots. And I'm specifically saying that because that has since changed. This is the 2 existing Del Bello and the expansion shown side by side, fully lotted out. Continuing forward with the theme of Del Bello Lakes would be the end goal here, where there's a 26-acre lake in this new expansion. The overall amenity and trail plan for the combined community. Again, this was previously presented. And then as part of this expansion, Shea Homes' commitment to the existing residents would be an expansion of their existing rec center at that same location, so not within the new property, but within current Del Bello Lakes, to add in a a clubhouse, an air-conditioned space that doesn't yet exist for meetings, parties, events, et cetera. That's something that they've specifically said that they wish they had. The existing initial Del Bello Lakes was not sized to support that. With this expansion, we believe it would be, and therefore we were making it a commitment as part of our investment to the community. Now, looking to what I'm presenting tonight, we did make a couple of adjustments to the land plan based on the presentation last time. Notably, the first one is adjusting back to 55% being 60-foot lots. This is what's currently in our PUD, and we would just maintain that going forward, not looking for a change there. Another item that I didn't call out here, but there was a request to reduce the front building line from 25 foot to 20 foot. We're not going to request that anymore. We'll keep it at the city established 25 foot. And then additionally, there was previously a road tying out to Del Bello Lane on the south side of this land plan. That connection is not being made anymore, pending staff review. That was really, we were indifferent on whether that connection would happen or didn't happen. We don't need it. But if that is a concern about additional traffic on Del Bello Lane, we can certainly close that off and not tie out to that. So this is the new land plan, taking into account a couple of the comments that came up. But then really the meat of what I want to discuss tonight, and this is probably the biggest thing that was discussed last time, was it was referred to as a 70% tax credit. And so I want to talk through that real quick, what that actually, kind of give a little history on what it was and then what it's for, and then potential changes to it going forward. It's based on an interlocal agreement between the city and the Brazoria County MUD 43 that's specific to Del Bello Lakes. And it's really, at its root, it's a 30-year finance agreement between the city and the MUD for regional and city improvements. And so this map here shows, it highlights all the different regional improvements that were part of this interlocal agreement and still are. And through the agreement, these improvements are funded by Shea Homes through the MUD. But then there's the city cost share, which is the 70% that was keyed in on last time. Additionally, there's a portion of the sales tax increment, and the city's share of these regional improvements are paid back over a 30-year period through the increment of both sales tax and ad valorem taxes. That said, though, it is capped. So the increment is capped both in total dollar amount for the actual cost of these projects, but also an end date of 2049. So this is not a tax increment that continues on forever. It has a certain price associated with it and then a certain deadline that even if it's not paid back to 2049, it ends at that time. It's not in perpetuity.
We're speaking about what specifically?
The 70% tax increment on ad valorem.
Okay.
And then I believe it's 50% tax on the sales tax.
Okay, but it ends though.
It ends.
That's
It ends
okay.
either when all of these projects are paid back or in 2049.
Got it, thank you.
And here's a legend of the various projects. It runs from major thoroughfares to detention to the lift station to water line. And I will note quickly, the top line is probably the best example of this. The detention number, that almost $2 million is the full cost of all the detention in Del Bello Lakes. And very clearly, most of that is needed specifically for Del Bello, not necessarily a regional project. And so that number of $3.2 million, it was determined that only 10% of that was going to be needed for city major thoroughfares. And so in the interlocal agreement, the city cost share portion is only $320,000 of that $3.2 million. So the cost share does take into account that the developer has development-specific items in here that are not going to be paid back by the city. It's only what are the regional or city projects that are going to be part of this agreement. So the current agreement terms, as they're written today, the city share for all of these projects rolled up is just under $14 million. And the current ad valorem increment is 70%. Under our current projections of building this out, existing Del Bello without the expansion, all of these projects would pay back from the city in 2046. With the addition of the expansion tract of 107 acres, I want to quickly point out there's no additional projects needed or being requested for the 107 acres, so it's only adding value into the existing interlocal agreement. And by doing that, you can see the project list doesn't change from just under 14 million. And if the increment stayed at 70%, these projects would pay off in 2040, 6 years prior to the current established projection.
Robert, just to, I think, highlight something here. So your ask is not for additional money for the city, from the
Right.
city. What you're saying is, with this expansion, if we apply the 70% to it, the agreement gets paid off sooner. Because I think the perspective, at least I'll speak for myself, that I had previously was, you guys are coming here and asking for some additional revenue or something in regards to the incentivization of the growth. You're not looking for that. You're just saying you benefit from it because you get your money back sooner. The city benefits because the 13 million gets paid back sooner.
Correct.
Okay, I'm trying.
Yeah, and completely agree. There's no additional projects being added to the list, so once that 13 million is paid off, then the entire increment goes away, and all of that's regular ad valorem tax to the city.
Okay, thank you.
That said, though, so there is an acceleration of the payoff if nothing changed and we just added in the 107-acre extension, but there are, it's open to negotiation on, this could be adjusted or changed. And so just to reiterate, if nothing did change, it would pay off in 2040, but there are a couple different scenarios I wanted to present, and all of this is conceptual, but it could certainly be worked out in whatever's the most favorable approach. If instead of keeping it the way it is, though, we reduced the increment down to 50%, which immediately releases existing taxpayer funds or tax funds, ad valorem taxes to the city's budget, it brings us back to that payoff of 2046. So it keeps Shea and the MUD getting paid back for these projects when we initially thought we would in 2046, but it can immediately release 20% of this increment back to the city's budget. Another scenario would be, what if some of the projects were actually reduced? So not all of these projects are yet complete. The projects include all 4 lanes of Manvel Parkway. Not all 4 of those are built yet today. So if there was also an interest in just reducing the project list and reducing the 14 million down to 11 million, which is just a number of $3 million reduction, which is roughly what Manvel Parkway and some of the other projects not yet complete would be, you could still have the reduction of increment of 50% and still pay off the now $11 million sooner in 2041.
And Robert, just a question for you, because it's a lot of numbers.
Sorry.
Good information here. When you're saying that reduced city increment that you're showing on the screen, that would be 50% applied to all of Delbello Lakes. So
Right.
that would be existing and future. So for the existing, reducing it to 70 to 50, the city immediately sees cash realized in a sense.
Correct.
Because the expansion is going to take 2-3 years to develop and start to realize that value. And so we still get it paid off quicker, but also we're able to see, rough math, let's say $150,000 or so based off of current value, price of the home, et cetera, an immediate influx to the city.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that where we would be in favor of that is because it keeps us within our current timeline of when these projects would be paid back, but it allows it to be considered a positive for all parties involved. There is that improvement to the city's budget immediately, but it keeps us on our timeline to get it paid back. So that said, the interlocal agreement specifically is really open to what is the city's desire moving forward. Is it a immediate reduction and then there's some relief to the budget today, or is it pay off the total amount sooner? But in summary, what we're really seeking support for at the workshop today, knowing that official action is not happening now, but we do need to start moving towards that. We're seeking your support for the expansion of the PUD, the existing PUD, over this additional 107 acres. Your consent, not tonight, but at an official meeting, your consent for BC MUD 43 to annex the expansion tract. And then with your direction, if the interlocal agreement could begin to be reviewed with staff on what is the most favorable approach here for all parties. Just kind of working through those scenarios that I presented, but then fine tuning it and really coming up with the numbers of what makes the most sense. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. Staff, do you guys have anything that you'd like to add before we open it up to council comments and questions? Joe's or Dan, nothing? Okay. Council, do you have any comments or questions for Mr. Robert? Councilman Lands.
I'm trying to run some numbers here, so, and maybe my math may be off here, but it looks like this thing's fully developed as far as the tax money that would be coming off of it. I'm coming up with like $266,000 a year. Does that number correlate with what you're coming up with?
On which I like on ad valorem tax?
On the where the 70% comes in?
The increment that occurred in 2024 was $448,000. And I believe that value at the time for Double L Lakes was maybe, I think it was 190 million was the taxable value.
I'm just trying to figure out what would be our tax increase to the city's benefit if this development took place with no increment of the ad valorem tax.
It was,
What would we be seeing annually? And I'm coming up with that 266.
You said it was 448,
it was 448 for,
25% of that, not 50, because you're not reducing it.
correct. Yeah,
I
the
think-
448 was the entire 70% increment for tax year, or paid in 2024.
Yeah, so I think, Councilman, what you're looking for is if we go forward with this, kind of seeing based off of the percentages, what is the revenue to the city going to be from the taxpayers compared to what would be going back to you guys within the increments? Because we can play around with it and kind of theorize, all right, what might it be if we reduce it over here, increase it over here, reduce it over here? But seeing some of those hard numbers is what you're looking for, Councilman?
Yes, I want to see, I don't care about how long it takes to pay it off, really. I want to see more money into the city's pocket right now for our needs that we need right now, that we're having a hard time meeting, like our police officers.
I think the $150,000 that you mentioned would reflect the reduction from 70% to 50%. Because that's the 448, taking off 20% of that 70% number from last year.
Okay. So for that, Councilman, if we went forward with the expansion, you applied whatever percentage for the expansion, but at a minimum, reduced the existing increment from 70% to 50% on the existing Del Bello Lakes, you would see about an additional $150,000 to the city.
This one.
Yeah.
Well, a few things as they gather their thoughts here, Robert. I mean, I'm open to taking the next step. Of course, I have concerns, and I've expressed these to you about the impact on the surrounding properties. You know, the rural folks. You can specifically see 2 residential homes that this is going to border right next to, and then I think it's 1, maybe 2 that are right across the street. So eliminating that ingress egress on the south side, I think that's a plus. So that way traffic's not dumping out onto that road, and you know, we just talked about roadway impact fees, and obviously that would cause issues and definitely disrupt the life. I appreciate the setback lines, you know, staying at 25. I think. You know, we have some council members that live with just a 20-foot, and it causes a lot of street parking or over the sidewalk parking, which we wouldn't want to see. And also the lot size staying with the existing agreement is something that I would be in support of. One of the things that I would love to see would be some buffering along where the acreage folks live compared to what it looks like within the site plan. Interested to see if that can be accommodated with some rearrangement. I'm not sure if there's a lot of flexibility with the location of the detention ponds to accommodate that. We've seen some developments that put in trees, swales, or buffering with the lake that positively impacts the life of the surrounding neighbors because they're not all of a sudden just back with a wooden 6 or 8 feet tall wooden fence, and that's the only thing that's separating them. Have you guys taken a look at that at all, about some reconfigurations to accommodate something like that? Has that been considered?
We've not yet.
Okay. That would be something that would be big for me, taking a look at that to see. I know that some of the people that live on the street are here tonight. I think there would be a great opportunity for you to talk with them and hear some of their concerns. I know they would be more than happy to put you to the side and talk with you about that. As I'm looking at it, I like the concept of reducing the current increment and then having some increment with the expansion. I think that's the best of both worlds. That allows us to realize more revenue now. $150,000 can go a long ways in the city budget, while also getting it paid off quicker. I think, we can't just be thinking about today, thinking about tomorrow. We have to think about both. And so what accommodates both of those? So I would personally have no issue, but I do think there's some, it needs to be fine-tuned, and there needs to be some tweaks and conversations with the neighboring community members. I like the concept of the expanded recreation facility for the current existing residents. As I understand it, there was an HOA meeting, and this was discussed with them, and about 40 or so homeowners attended, and they were in support of that, which is great. Question for you would be, we heard some feedback about some of the lighting or things like that at the current facilities. Has that been addressed?
It is being addressed. There was a timer that was failed, and so we're replacing it.
Awesome.
Yeah, thankfully, the HOA is communicating very well. We have now a social committee. We're working on creating, we have a finance committee as well, all resident-run committees. And so the communication is greatly improving. When issues come up like the lighting or access gates not working, the management team now that's on it are responding quickly. And unfortunately, if it's something that's just failed like this, like the lighting, we're ordering the new part, and it's just taking time.
Okay. Well, if we can, take a serious look at rearranging some of those detention ponds to create that buffer, I think that'd be huge, if that's an opportunity there. That's the feedback that I have. Councilman Bonner, we'll go to you next.
I have a question.
Mayor Pro Tem first.
Is that recommendation, I love your recommendation, by the way, to do that, but is that from you or is that from the community members? Have they mentioned that?
I think that's a little bit of both. I think knowing some of the community members, of
Okay.
course, they would prefer for it to all just remain open grass land. Of course,
Yeah.
I get that, absolutely. At the same time, if development's going to come, as you've said, we want it to be the right type of developer.
The right one,
Because,
yeah.
some people out there, they would prefer for just to all be apartment complexes everywhere. But we want it to be a right partner, and Shay, you guys are doing a quality product. You're the right type of partner.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, if there's ways to facilitate those, I think that helps. Doesn't hurt, it helps.
Of course.
Considering it, yeah.
The reason I'm asking is because I'm picking up on what he's mentioning, and so with your recommendations, and it sounds like you guys are doing a phenomenal job engaging the community before things are done behind the scenes and then they're upset afterwards. That to me is a very positive thing, because typically, we hear problems or we hear upsetness, from community members after the fact. So I think by you staying ahead of it is huge. And I'm more interested in hearing what you are hearing from them, as far as what changes are they asking. You said the lighting, you guys are doing that, so y'all are taking notes, you're meeting them there. So it sounds like you're being a great partner by coming to us, taking mayors and ours consideration, but then also engaging the community and hearing what they have to say. From your perspective, do you feel like the community is more than 60 to 70% in favor of this so far?
So as you mentioned, with the 40 or so people that showed up to our last HOA meeting were unanimously in support of this.
Unanimously in support, okay.
Yeah, and because of this commitment, we knew that we were not going to get something for nothing. And so we said, what can we have within our budget that also improves the additional expansion, but also enhances the current community? And that's what this commitment would be for the clubhouse, is saying, what have they asked for the most, which has been this. And we do see this as a value add also for the new 100 acres, not just for the existing community. So it's a win-win as we present this to the existing residents.
And do you have any type of sentiments that they're not happy with when it comes to the numbers that we're talking about?
We were upfront that this would extend the year or the duration of their tax rate for about 4 more years, because this is about a 4-year development. And so the statement about this extends the life for existing residents, we were upfront with that. But that's also part of it allows us to make this commitment then on the rec center.
But all in all, you hear them saying, okay, we understand how this is going to financially impact us. And for the most part, what I'm hearing is you are getting support from the community.
Yes, because, and we did also say this, is that this does not translate into an increase on their current financial situation. We're not, even the cost added with this new building is more than offset by the additional HOA paying members in the new expansion. And so we were able to commit to them, this is not going to increase your tax pay. What you're paying in taxes today will not go up because of this expansion. The rate's already capped. And then we very strongly believe that the HOA budget will actually be improved with this expansion, even with this additional rec center.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I think there's an opportunity for them to engage with some of those rural acreage folks that live around
Yeah,
there.
the ones around there on Croy and stuff.
Yeah, and then you have the people that live on Del Bello Lane right there, which I mentioned some of them are here and would love to talk with Robert.
Yeah, I
So some
think that's
engagement
awesome.
there to meet what their concerns are, and if, nobody's always going to be necessarily 100% happy all the time.
But thank
it's
you,
important to have a
Robert.
conversation.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, I'm thinking ahead. Thank you for explaining that. I think it's really important for us to mention what the community is asking for and how we're meeting them there. And then also Mayor's suggestion of making the greenery, if you will, more beautified. Beautification of the greenery, right? Because we can't have enough of that. So I appreciate that.
Sure.
Okay, thanks, Robert.
Let's go. Councilman Bonner, do you still have something? And then we'll go Councilman Lands next.
Well, I think I answered my own question because I finally found, I was wondering about the impact of the Croy Road changes that are coming and how that was going, but I think I found a drawing where it looks like the new part of that road is going to come in right at the entrance on the off of there.
Yeah, I think you can even, on what is shown on the screen right now, you can even kind of see the two faint white lines.
Right.
Right there.
That's what I found here. So that kind of answered my question.
Councilman Lands?
Just curious, have y'all done an environmental yet?
Not yet. And that, we absolutely will, but we just haven't done that yet.
It's, wasn't that many years ago, there was a lot of product brought in that was spread around that property. It looked to me like sludge from oil or gas or something other. It just took trucks and trucks. It took a lot of time to spread it and dry it out, so
Okay.
be interesting to see how it looks.
Sure. We absolutely have to get one before we could move forward with it.
Just wanted to mention it.
Thank you.
Councilman Oplig, or anything for you, sir?
So the entrance is going to be off Croy Road?
The main entrance, since this would be an expansion of Del Bello Lakes, would be through Del Bello Boulevard and then up Manvel Parkway.
Right.
The Croy Road would be a future backdoor, which inevitably a lot of residents will end up using it if that's the quicker route to 288, but that we would not have that as phase one. Phase one would just be off Manvel Parkway.
And is that curve being taken out by another development? So that's going to be is that going to be
Yes, sir.
expanded in concrete and all that? 4 lane, is that the plan, 4 lanes, concrete?
Yes, sir.
on that- on the
Perfect project
Croy?
for a roadway impact, right?
Right, that's kind of what we were talking about. And so, and I guess, so is there going to be, and maybe you said it, an impact on the current mud? Is that going to increase the price of the residents on the current mud?
No, because the tax rate in the existing mud, and if the mud expands, the tap rate's already capped, so it can't increase.
Okay.
And now, none of the surrounding properties outside of what you show here on the site plan, the conceptual plan, none of those properties are in the mud. So the people that live on the acreage land, they're not being in the mud, so there's no
Correct.
misconception that's there.
No.
Okay.
No, it's only, correct, only the land that we would own or would control could go into the mud.
Okay. Well, Council, is there anybody that's saying no to the next step? Because I think that's what staff and Robert are looking for. Are we saying, yes, let's take the next step? There's still details that need to be worked out. This is not necessarily a done deal by any means,
Right.
but if we're interested in taking the next step, because if the answer is no, then, Robert, we want to give you that no, but it seems like that we're interested in taking the next step. Looking forward to hearing more about how you engage with the community, do an environmental study, look to do some buffering that's there, and we look forward to working with you, staff, and the community on it.
And I want to thank you for the 3 main things that I had issues with: the setback, the lot sizes. Y'all heard us. So that's important nowadays for developers to hear what we're saying. So thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Robert. Missy, Angela, you guys can talk to Mr. Robert here afterwards. I know you guys will have some feedback for him.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Council.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate you. All right, we're right at time here, council. If we can take 5 minutes for a recess, and then we'll reconvene here at 6:05 for the regular meeting. Thank you, everyone. kick off this regular session of Manvel City Council. We have 5 of 7 members that are present. Today is St. Patrick's Day, so if you see the council agenda is the green there, we have a lot of people that are wearing green. If you look to your left and your right and your neighbor's not wearing green, go ahead and pinch them. You have my permission. Just be gentle, be gentle. We have our police chief here. We don't want that to be a chargeable offense, all right? Oh, he's not wearing green. Okay. All right. Just saying. So we will now begin with the invocation, and we have a special guest joining us tonight to lead us in the invocation. Miss Abby, are you here? All right. So we have Miss Abby that is going to lead us in the prayer tonight. Thank you for being here, Abby.
Thank you for inviting me. Okay. Hi, my name is Abby. I'm the founder of Abby's Shoes. Thank you all for this invitation, and I would like to gather you all in prayer. Dear Jesus, please help our city leaders make good decisions. We want them to be fair and kind, just like you teach us in the Bible. Help them to be brave and courageous when they need to make tough choices. Help us guide and to always seek and keep peace. Your word says that peacemakers are children of God. Father, give them wisdom like Solomon, so they know what's right and wrong, and to be brave and use that wisdom. Let them always remember to use your words as a guide, like a flashlight that shows us the way in the dark. Keep us safe and honest, and let them be strong and peaceful. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Abby. Now, hey, Abby, stay up here for 1 second. I heard that this week it's your birthday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, well,
my
I'm gonna
birthday is in 9 days.
Oh, it's in 9 days?
Yes.
Very close. Well, if everybody could join me in singing happy birthday
No,
to
please
Abby,
don't.
okay?
Please, no, please.
Ready?
Please don't.
Happy
No.
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Abby. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Abby. That's the reason why, Abby, I invited you to come pray, just so we could sing you happy birthday, all right? All right. So next we have the inspirational reading from Councilmember Oplager. Councilman?
All right, council, staff, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, welcome. So this is the starfish stories. A lot of you may have heard this story before, but I like to tie things in together with some of the city. So it begins with a young person walking along the beach after a storm where thousands of starfish have washed along the shore. The youngster picks them up and one by one throws them back into the ocean despite the vast number of the stranded starfish. A passerby questions and makes note of the effort, saying, it won't make a difference to all the starfish. The youngster said, well, it made a difference to that one. So another throws another one into the ocean. Now, in that, I like to tie it into our stop work authority, because when you see something, if it's not right, say something, because it might make a difference in somebody's life today. That's it.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate that. If you guys will join me in saying the pledges, if you can, please stand. First, to the U.S. flag, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. To the Texas flag, honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, everyone. So next we have a few presentations, and I'm going to come around to the front for this first one. So we actually have the opportunity here to recognize one of our employees. And Bobby, I'm going to have you come join me in the front here. So for those that do not know, council technically has, by our charter, 2 employees that work directly for us. One is the city manager. The other is our city attorney. So Bobby has been employed with the city now for 10 years. It's gone by extremely fast, but I'm sure it feels like a lifetime. Bobby keeps us out of jail, but he comes with a wealth of experience for the city from over 30-plus years of experience in the world of legalese. And so, Bobby, we are grateful that you are part of this city. The advice that you've given me personally has been extremely helpful. Manvel would not be what it is without you. You not only work here, but you call Manvel home. So thank you for your investment in the city. We have a little piece of memorabilia for you here to recognize 10 years of service that you can put on your desk, as well as a lapel pin that I'd like to give you. And so I'd love to give you an opportunity to say a few words, and you got to tell us what your all-time favorite song is too. So Bobby doesn't get a lot of pop culture references because he lived overseas, but his knowledge of music is bar none. So here you go, Bobby.
I mean, you never give a lawyer the microphone, don't you know better? No, thank you very much. I've been doing municipal law for about 31 years. I worked for a lot of places, but I've got to say, out of all the places I've worked, there's something special about Manvel. I really feel like part of a team, part of a family. And I guess you have to blame or thank Dolores and Tammy and Kyle, because I was representing the city through the law firm, and they were able to convince me to come in and be a full-time employee, and loved it here. And like you said, I've moved here. And I moved all my guitars and music equipment here too. I'm a big Deep Purple fan, and I used to have long hair and earring and play in a heavy metal band. So if you need to know a little bit of something about me, that's what you'll get.
What's your all-time favorite song?
Smoke on the Water, man. Best riff ever.
Everybody nods their head in agreement.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you, council.
This is for you, and then we'll take a photo together.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
I think you're not going to run out with Abby. And
There you go. There you go. So next, we will turn this over to our city manager, Dan Johnson, for 2 special recognitions.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess we'll get Robbie and Rosie to come front and center here. So one thing I love about the position that I'm in is I love being a coach, I guess, and building people up, especially recognizing people from within and promoting from within whenever you can. But part of that is building them up and helping providing them opportunities to succeed. And so just one small example of that is this past year, actually just last week, we finished, Robbie and Rosie both finished completing the Northern Brazoria County Chamber of Commerce Leadership Academy. So I'm very, very proud of them. And I'm gonna do the same thing, Mayor. I'm gonna let Robbie speak. Why don't you come around the front? So we don't trip here.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Dan. Who actually sent me to this class for your support. I appreciate that. My biggest takeaway was that I got to meet a lot of great leaders, kind of like myself. But yeah, it was a nice experience and everything. I got to learn to see a few things I've never seen before and stuff like that. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Rosie?
Well, my experience was completely different. I'm relatively new to the area, and what I've seen, I've liked. And with this Leadership Academy, I got to see other connections, other facilities that I did not even know were around this area.
You want to do the photo op?
I always want to do a photo.
Here you go. Here, let's do Robbie's first. What do you think?
Put the short one in
We'll
the
do the
middle.
handshake thing, huh? How about that? There we go.
He just wants to get out of it.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Perfect.
Thank you, sir.
There you go. All right. And we'll do this again with Miss Rosie. There you go.
And 1, 2, 3.
Thank you both.
And congratulations, Robbie and Rosie. I'm sure that you guys learned a lot, and you'll be able to translate that to your teams and your day-to-day jobs. Next, we have a few proclamations on the agenda. We are going to postpone doing the National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. We are going to delay that until our next council meeting. We then have the 2025 Child Abuse Prevention Month, and we're actually going to be presenting this formally at a special event that's going to be happening here at Manvel City Hall right behind us at our newly minted park that we're going to be constructing soon. It's going to be on April 3rd at 3 p.m. It's going to be a pinwheel ceremony. You're going to see these pinwheel ceremonies happening all throughout the county. Alvin, Pearland down at the Brazoria County Courthouse to recognize and to remember those children that have been impacted by abuse over the past calendar year. Also further our resolve as Brazoria County residents to do everything we can for these numbers to be zero. Last year in Brazoria County alone, there were 498 cases of domestic abuse to children that call Brazoria County home. Those resulted in 3 deaths due to neglect and abuse. So if you're able to, we would love to invite you to this to the solemn event that's going to be on April 3rd at 3 p.m. and I'll be presenting the formal proclamation at that time. The next one that we have is for National Donate Life Month. Is Brianna Garcia here tonight? Okay, so Brianna Garcia was the one that requested this proclamation, and so we are going to find a time where we can either have her come to a council meeting to formally receive that, or we'll do something on the side. This is actually one that means a lot to me. So back in 2007, both of my dad's kidneys failed. We were visiting family back up in the Northeast at the time, and he had to be rushed to the hospital or else he would have a heart attack due to the critical nature of it. Through Donate Life, my family and I were supported as we had to live in my uncle's basement without an income as my dad went through dialysis, recovery, and ultimately a transplant. And so look forward to meeting Brianna and being able to give her this proclamation, but we'll hold on presenting that until Brianna can attend a meeting. What we'll do then is we will head straight into the public hearings. So we have our first public hearing that is on the agenda. And do we have a staff presentation for this public hearing? We do. What do you have for us tonight? Thank you for staying late.
Thank you. Good evening, council members.
Could you turn the microphone a little bit more towards you? Perfect. Thank you.
Is that good?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. This evening I'm presenting a rezoning request for the property located at 20703 Morris Avenue, situated along Highway 6. The applicant is requesting a rezoning change for this subject site, which is currently zoned for religious organizations. He seeks to modify the zoning to allow the chiropractic and pain therapy clinic. According to the zoning ordinance, proposed use falls under Nix Code 621310 and 621498, which require and approve a specific use permit in the light commercial zoning district. The applicant intends to convert an existing retail lease space previously occupied by the House of Refuge Church. Interior modifications will include spaces for treatment rooms, X-ray room, procedure room, rehabilitation room, staff break room, and reception area, which will meet adopted building codes, and necessary reviews and permits will be processed separately to ensure compliance. According to the zoning ordinance, several criteria must be considered for a specific use permit approval. Staff reviewed them and found that the property aligns with the city's comprehensive plan goals that reflects and enhance our small town quality of life. Proposed clinic will occupy an existing retail lease space with existing parking spaces, and the use is in line with the surrounding commercial characters of Highway 6 corridor. Staff do not anticipate any significant changes in traffic patterns. Surrounding properties are zoned light commercial and heavy commercial, and there is no expected detrimental impact on property values. Proposed clinic will not have any additional impact on utility services, and the current site layout is safe and functional for the proposed use. Based on all of these, staff recommends approval of this SUP request with following conditions. Facility is permitted to operate between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. each day. All waiting and lobby areas must remain unobstructed view from outside. All doors shall remain unlocked and accessible during normal business hours. Notices of public hearings have been sent to all properties in 200 feet adjacent to these properties, and also notice published in the newspaper. No oppositions have been received, and Planning and Development Zoning Commission held a public hearing on March 10, 2025, with no public comments on the proposed project. Planning the PD&Z Commission recommends approval of this ordinance number 2025-0-6 with conditions, with vote of 7-0. If you have any question, I'm happy to help.
Okay, we'll do when we get to that agenda item. If we have some, we'll let you know. Great job, thank you. So next, I will read the public hearing, then we'll open it up for anybody that wishes to speak on the subject of the public hearing. I read these fast, so here we go for the first public hearing. To hear input from the public regarding an ordinance of the City of Manvel, Texas, amending the zoning ordinance of the city by amending the zoning classification of approximately 1.954 acre tracts of land currently developed as a retail center with associated parking located at 20703 Highway 6, Morris Avenue, Highway 6, PID 224008, from Light Commercial District State Highway 6 Overlay District with specific use permit for religious organizations to Light Commercial District State Highway 6 Overlay District with specific use permit for the granting of a specific use permit with conditions to authorize the use of property for NAICS use 621310 offices of chiropractors and NAICS use 621498 pain therapy centers and clinics outpatient, providing for the amendment of the city's official zoning map, providing for severability, and providing a penalty in the amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof. So what I will do is I will do the first call for anybody that wishes to speak on the subject of this public hearing. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand, then we'll have you come forward, state your name and address for the record, and you can address the subject of this public hearing. We will do 3 calls. So first call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. Second call. And third call. We will close this public hearing at 6:24 p.m. We now have the next public hearing. Dan, my understanding is that we do not have an agenda item for this one, but we still need to have the public hearing. Is that correct? Okay. Would we still like a staff presentation on the public hearing? Okay, yep. So please give us one, and we'll cover this one a little quickly, just because we don't have the agenda item, and we'll go more in depth at a future meeting.
Okay, so this one is for the property with about 1 acre tract located next to AutoZone, currently undeveloped, and the request is for a freestanding emergency department. According to the zoning ordinance, they need to apply for a specific use permit in light commercial zoning district, and staff reviewed the criteria for a specific use permit approval, and they found that the property aligns with the city's comprehensive plan goals that reflects and enhances our small town quality of life. Proposed use aligns with the existing commercial uses, and the proposed facility is not expected to cause harm to surrounding properties. Traffic impacts are anticipated to be moderate, with controlled access and sufficient parking for patients, staff, and emergency vehicles. The proposed use is compatible with nearby commercial developments and is not expected to have any further impact on utility provisions. Drainage will be directed to Blue Water Lake's eastern detention pond, similar to AutoZone and Starbucks. Landscaping and site lighting will comply with the city regulations, ensuring it does not cause disturbance to neighboring properties. Staff recommend approval of this SUP with 7 conditions. Plat shall be prepared and approved in conformance with Chapter 62 of the zoning of the subdivision ordinance. The site developments shall follow the attached site plan with necessary adjustment for compliance with city codes. Outdoor lighting shall be shielded and comply with IES criteria. All lightings shall be directed away from neighboring properties. Facility shall only operate from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. All waiting and lobby areas must have an unobstructed view from outside. All doors must remain unlocked and accessible during normal business hours. Notices has been sent to property owners in 200 feet adjacent to this property. Notice also published in the newspaper. No opposition has been received. And Planning and Development Zoning Commission held a public hearing on March 10, 2025, and no public comments on this proposed project. Staff and applicant clarified drainage and access concerns, and Commission questioned the predetermined operation hours since emergency room must be open 24/7. An item was postponed for staff to review and clarify this condition.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate that overview. So same thing, I'll read this out and then we will open it up to anybody wishing to speak on the public hearing. As mentioned, there's no agenda item for this tonight, but we will be discussing it in the future. So this is to hear input from the public regarding an ordinance of the City of Manvel, Texas, amending the zoning ordinance of the city by amending the zoning classifications of 1.07 acres tract of land generally located on north side of Morris Avenue, Highway 6, PID 228682, west of the under construction auto zone at 19201 Morris Ave, Manvel, Texas, from light commercial district, State Highway 6 overlay district to light commercial, State Highway 6 overlay district with specific use permit, providing for the granting of a specific use permit with conditions to authorize the use of property for NAICS use 621493, freestanding ambulatory, surgical, and emergency centers, providing for the amendment of the city's official zoning map, providing for severability, and providing a penalty in amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof. We will now do the first call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. Second call for anybody wishing to speak. And third call. Oh, yes. Yes, anybody can come and speak. If you could just state your name and address for the record, and then the floor is yours. Thank you for being here tonight.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Jason Suchecki. I'm the commercial broker for Thomas Developers, who's developing the ER. And we canvassed a few of the neighbors just to get their reaction of what they thought of our development and how it might impact their household. So the street that is directly behind there, I believe it's Lake Ridge. There's probably about 10 houses that are directly behind this development. And we spoke to 6 people who were able to catch, and all 6 were positive. No one was against it. I think there was one couple that said they would want to come here and speak and hear things out first. Everybody else said they approve with no conditions. I did have 2 that said with conditions, no construction past 6 o'clock. I believe some people said AutoZone had construction to like 11 p.m. And another one said no trash or dumpsters against the property, which would be almost impossible because there's that roadway that goes right back there as well. But in talking to everybody, what the majority of them said, they'd rather have us, an ER that has approximately 20 patients per day, versus a retail center that's going to have, 500 to 800 customers per day. A drive-through back there. I'm not sure if you guys have seen the Starbucks drive-through. Well, their speaker is basically maybe 15 feet away from somebody's backyard. So that's the concern that we've heard.
Great. Thank you, Jason.
Okay. Thank you.
Appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you.
We will do the second call for anybody wishing to speak on the subject of this public hearing. The third and final call for anybody wishing to speak. Hearing none, we will close this public hearing at 6:30 p.m. And thank you, Jason, for sharing. Next, we will move to public comments. We have a few public comment cards that are filled out, so I will call your name. If you still wish to address council, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and then you will have 3 minutes to speak, and we'll show those on the screen so you can see the countdown. First individual that we have signed up is Martina McNichols. Martina, are you still here? Hello, ma'am. I think you know the routine by now, so thank you for being here.
Hi, Council. How are you all today? Just coming in regards to the appointment, the applicants for appointment for MEDC. I request the support of council for the current members to stay on board with the Manvel EDC, which is Derek, Jason, Damon, and Rabina. And also in addition to the applicants for appointment for PD&Z, I'm in support of Ty Watkins. He has the background and knowledge with real estate and also with zoning and planning. And that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Martina. Next, we have Donald Atkinson, wearing his fancy green shirt and hat and shoes. Look at that, man. You're looking good. And the watch band. You're looking good. Why no green pants? Now, the real question is, are you Irish?
No.
Okay, well, you're representing.
all.
I appreciate that.
Donald Atkinson, live at 7425 Jordan Road. I'm here to talk about, ask y'all to please keep our board intact on the MEDC. We have really started making progress as a group. We've started working together and really making great progress, and we would like the board to stay the way it is, at least for another term, so we can finish getting everything ready for future members and stuff, so we can continue on without any hiccups. And that's what we're working with our strategic plan and everything, is putting plans forward, moving forward for any of us that step down or don't make it back on there, that it'll be easier moving forward and keeping everything moving for the city in the right direction. That's all I got. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Donald. Next, we have Derek Hain. Mr. Derek, name and address for the record, and thank you for being here, sir.
Evening, council and staff. I'm here to, Derek Hain, 37 Terabella. Just wanted to first thank Chief and the mayor for being so efficient and expedient about getting this, the ordinance about the trailers and boats to council tonight for your consideration. Just a quick history on how we got here. We had one or two residents that was parking trailers on our public streets in front of their homes. So as president of the Rodeo Palms Community Association, we addressed them with letters and fines and asked them to please remove them. Well, these one or two people then started parking these trailers on thoroughfares, in front of community properties, in places that we didn't know who the owners were. It's become a major safety issue. We've had reports of a child on a bike was hit coming around one of these vehicles. We've had multiple car accidents from cars alone being parked on the streets out there. On my way to our annual meeting last week, I witnessed just on one street alone, 2 large flatbeds over 18 feet in length, a dually with a fifth wheel attached to it, and a tractor trailers and like a big rig without the trailer, all parked on Kirby Road. And that's just in one section of the neighborhood. So I just ask that you vote in favor of this. My only additional request is that other than passing this ordinance, is to maybe consider adding RVs and also box trucks, if there's not language already in other ordinances that address those. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Great. Thank you, Derek. Next, we have Mr. David Mintzberg. Mr. Mintzberg, if you can come forward, state your name and address for the record. And Mr. Mintzberg in January completed the Houston Half Marathon, so congratulations on that, sir.
Thank you very much. It was an effort, I'll say that. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Council, pleased to be here. I'm David Mintzberg, and I'm the managing principal and agent for the property at the southeast corner, 30 acres at the southeast corner of 288 and Del Bello. Mayor Davis reached out to me a few days ago and asked me if I had any update for everybody. Mayor, with your permission, I have a handout. May I give that to... Should I give it to the secretary to circulate, or how do you want me to?
That way you can continue talking as she distributes it.
We got 3 minutes.
This is taken from his
time. So you'll see that you've got a front and back. It's got a timeline of key events and development cost update. You'll see there's some things to note there. There's some items. Some things have to happen before other things happen. So I made some notes. We've got one of the things that we were working on was obtaining broker's opinion of value on remaining parcels. Well, I'm pleased to report we have a very high level of interest. At the same time, those folks have said as soon as 288 and TxDOT are complete with their work, as well as we've commenced work, that they'd be in a much better position to say, that they're ready to go. Many people have noted to me, and we've talked about this previously, that TxDOT is, shall we say, infamous for promising delivery and not necessarily being on time. You'll see further down TxDOT letter and driveway application creation, and then you'll see underneath it TxDOT driveway approval process. We've talked about that. We've talked about Manvel's willingness to join in on that. Most appreciative. LJ has been in touch with TxDOT now on multiple occasions and reported back to me. LJ is still a little frustrated on that process of what exactly is required. They are submitting something. They were supposed to have submitted something last Friday. I haven't received a copy, but that is ongoing. You'll see that the LJA authorization to proceed is blank. I didn't miss it. We're still waiting on some final pieces of information in order to do that. On the backside, you'll see the estimated development cost comparison. You'll see that what I originally presented to mayor, council, and staff was $3.5 million. LJA says it's now $5.2 million. We continue to discuss that at some length. You might appreciate that $1.5 million increase, almost a 50% increase, has certainly caught my attention. And we are pursuing that and trying to determine absolutely why that was required. With that, I see my time's up. I'm happy to come back here and be back in 2 weeks. I will say we are pursuing all of this as quickly as possible. There are a lot of things, there are a lot of moving pieces. Each piece has to happen before the next piece can commence, but we are on it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Mr. Mintzberg. You told us that you would continually keep us up to date, and you're following through with that, so I appreciate that. And I think you have a guest that is joining you here tonight who has joined you.
My wife is here, Lainey Gordon.
Hello, wife. Nice to meet you, Miss Gordon. Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Mintzberg.
And I'm happy to be back in 2 weeks. It might be more productive for 4, but I'm happy to be back here in 2 weeks if I have updates that are meaningful, and I'll certainly be back here in 4.
Absolutely. We can coordinate that when the time comes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sir.
Thank you.
Definitely a Del Bello-filled night tonight. All right. Next public comment we have from Mr. Jason Wells. Jason, thank you for being here tonight. If you could just state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Good evening. I'm Jason Wells, 23 Garden Grove Drive over in Rodeo Palms. I'm a member of the Community Association, also here to speak on the parking and trailer issues that we've had. I've personally had at least a dozen other residents reach out to me privately asking, hey, what's the deal with these trailers? What can we do about it? Why isn't the HOA doing anything about it? And, a little history, our neighborhood was on the struggle bus for a long time just because of the way the housing market was back when we were being built. The developer went bankrupt. So we were kind of piecemealed together into what we have now. And 2 years ago, the owners finally took over the HOA. And we are very needy because we want our neighborhood to look nice. We want it to live up to the potential that it has as a nice community, a desirable community that's close to the med center. And I'm very appreciative of the mayor and chief of police and public works for everything that y'all have done for us. So I live directly on Garden Grove next to Kirby, so I can attest to the truck parking lot that it's turned into, the trailer parking lot that it's turned into, people going back there all hours of the night, idling their trucks, making all kinds of noise while they unhook their trailers and leave them back there. People going back there to mess with the vehicles and the trailers that are parked back there. I know Public Works had to come out recently and replace a dead-end barrier because somebody had hit it with their trailer and knocked it down, so cars were then driving off the end of the road into the field behind my house and getting stuck. So with that, I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much for your consideration on this ordinance.
All right, thank you, Jason. Next, we have Ty Watkins. Ty, thank you for being here, sir. If you could state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes to speak.
I'm Ty Watkins, 3325 Flagstone. Thank you, Council, for giving me the time today. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm applying or put an application in for both the EDC board and the planning board. I just kind of wanted to give a little bit about who I am outside of my resume or outside of anything that you can find kind of on the surface scale. I'm a military child, grew up military. I hold on to traditional roles and modern. So I understand, for an example, I understand that with a child today, you can't get on them like you used to back in the day. But I got a lot of whoopings growing up. So I have both worlds. So it gives you a little bit of track how I was raised. But to focus on these two boards, I spent a lot of my time in the Middle East the last several years, so I never had an opportunity to really give back to the community other than a phone call or a suggestion through email or any other communication. But I've learned just through life and all my experiences, ups and downs. I'm no perfect person. I'm no angel. Well, today I'm an angel for you guys, right? But I've learned that you fall in love with things throughout your life. And one of those things has been this city. And I didn't understand that until someone taught me another life lesson. When you're away from something, it makes you grow closer to it. And spending the last several years living in Manvel, because my license said so, but actually living in the Middle East and multiple countries, I've learned to miss this city. And one of the best ways to me to give back to the city is get involved where I can actually help make a change. So to co-sign the last couple of guys that spoke about the board, I don't want it to change either. My goal is not to be here to make change from what it is, because again, I believe in tradition, but what I would like to do is an opportunity to bring in some extra 2 cents and some support in any regard, whether it be on top, back run, or even running to get coffee, whatever I got to do to give back, because again, I'm here now. But to segue into my background, I have a strong background in leadership, whether it be the military, whether it be at a plant, whether it be in college, and to play some sports. My background is in sociology, so I understand and love people. I have a huge background in taxes and real estate and business development. I mainly focus on individuals to think outside the box and just numbers, to help people business develop, grow, and succeed. And this is what I want to bring to the city of Manvel. And I just want to thank you guys for my time and for yours the same. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Ty. Thank you. You were right on time. Perfect 3 minutes. I was watching. I was like, all right, how's he gonna do this? And you did great. You did great. And that, I believe, wraps up all of our public comments. Tammy, is that correct? Yep. Awesome. All right. Next, we will head to the city manager update. Dan, what wisdom do you have for us tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of updates tonight. The first one being that Lowe's is officially under construction as far as their civil site goes. So that's pretty exciting. I think we're in the middle of the building plan review itself, but the dirt is moving out there on Lowe's out at Manvel Town Center. So that's pretty exciting. All these new homes going up. You know, the first thing you do when you get a new home is you want to change out all the stuff, it seems like, and add ceiling fans and stuff. So we'll be able to do that right here in Manvel and not have to go to another city. So that's exciting. The second one was we talked about impact fees in the workshop. We have gotten a proposal for water and sewer impact fees. The CIAC actually recommended that we do those a year early, even though they're not due until next year. So with that, we did budget to go ahead and update the water and sewer impact fee study this year. So I'll probably be bringing that back to you at the next meeting for your consideration. And then the final one is the Acre Lake RFP, published yesterday for the first time in the paper. So very, very excited about that project. So it'll advertise, just like all of our projects, it'll advertise twice, or at least twice. So yesterday was the first one. The next one will be on the 23rd, next Sunday. Then we'll have a mandatory pre-bid meeting on April 2nd, followed by a site visit also on April 2nd. And then we're given a little bit more time because this is obviously a different kind of project. So proposals are due April 23rd. And if all that goes well, then we'd love to be bringing you, a potential contractor to select on May the 5th. So that's all I have for tonight, Mayor.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. Well, I'm excited about the Lowe's ribbon cutting. I was told that they use a chainsaw and wood for their ribbon cutting, so that's going to be exciting when that comes. Do we have a project timeline for Lowe's? Have they said?
No, but we can work on that when we meet with the Manvel Town Center next time. We'll get that for you.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you, Dan. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. Any comments or questions, council, about the consent agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion for the consent agenda? We have a motion from Councilman Bonner. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 5-0. We will now move on to the regular agenda. We have agenda item number 1, which is consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance 2025-0-06. We had a great presentation about this during the public hearing. Thank you again for that. Do I have any comments or questions from council regarding this agenda item? Hearing none, do I have a motion for this agenda item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Councilman Oplager. We have a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 5-0.
Mayor,
now
just to qualify, that was a motion to approve with conditions, correct?
Councilman Oplager, would you like to clarify that was with conditions?
With the conditions as noted by staff.
Okay.
Good enough, Bobby? Okay.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Good catch, team. Okay. What I'd like to do, council, is if you're okay with it, before we get to item number 2 here, I'd like to move up agenda item number 6, which is the parking in the Rodeo Palms community. Are you guys good with that, council?
Yes.
Okay, so agenda item number 6, this is consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance 2025-0-10. Chief, you got your reading glasses on, so it looks like you're about to share with us.
Good evening, council. This amendment focuses on regulating the abandonment, parking, and storage of boats and trailers on residential streets. Currently, the City of Manvel's ordinances do not address this issue. However, the increasing density of residential developments, parking or storing boats and trailers on residential streets has become a traffic concern. While existing ordinances cover motor vehicles, commercial vehicles, and recreational vehicles, this amendment will empower the officers to enforce regulations and address this traffic hazard.
All right, thank you, Chief. 2 questions here. It was brought up about RVs and box trucks. Can you shed some light onto how that could be addressed with these changes or with the existing code? Or
recreational vehicles is covered under the municipal code under section 59-83 of recreational vehicles, and 5980. Well, it would be, if this is passed, to be 5985 because we're renumbering is commercial vehicles, which box trucks will fall under the commercial vehicle code.
Okay, perfect. Dan, a question for you, because Kirby Drive South currently dead ends, Kirby Drive North has to go to Broadreach. Would we just put closures on that entrances for Kirby Drive South since it's just a dead end and dumping purposes right now, or what are some thoughts there? Because even if we do this, I could still see people going back there and doing things that they're not supposed to do. So is there an opportunity to block it off at Palm Desert Drive?
We can certainly look at that, Mayor. You know, the idea, of course, was whenever Yanni Palms was in full force, you know, Kirby, of course, is supposed to extend all the way through there. So we can certainly look at that because there's not another entrance south of Palm Desert Drive.
Is that something that the HOA would like to see us explore a little bit about closing that off just in general for now until it expands south? Okay, got a thumbs up. All right. Council, any other comments or questions about this agenda item? No? All right. Do I have, Councilman Lands, can I get a motion for this agenda item?
I'll motion to approve this one.
We have a motion to approve from Councilman Lands. I'll second that. You know, we're sharing the love here, team. And all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 5-0. Thank you to the HOA, Rodeo Palms community, chief and team. You guys, great work on this. We appreciate y'all. We'll now move back up to agenda item number 2, and we'll read this out, and staff will turn this over to you. This is consideration and possible action to approve a design criteria modification request from the City of Manvel Design Criteria Manual, Section 5, Drainage 1.04G.5.A and B, Section 5, Drainage 2.02 F and G for 1.54 acres located on the south side of Highway 6 to the east of Sonic Drive-In at 17518 Highway 6 to allow for pump detention, forwarded with favorable recommendation from PD&Z with a 4-3 vote. That's a lot of numbers there.
What?
All right, Dan.
Thank you, Mayor.
Your favorite subject.
Yes. And Matt is here as well, our assistant city engineer, that can help kind of sprinkle in some of the details. But just to kind of refresh everybody's memory, so the SUP for the ER that is proposed next to Sonic, this was something that they talked about in their different presentations, that they would probably need to do pump detention in order to make that project work. So they've run the numbers, and staff has gone through several iterations. You know, this is the first time that we've reviewed a pump detention request, period, because up until, I guess, last year, it wasn't even an option. So the way that it's worded now in the design criteria manual is it's on a case-by-case basis. So it's completely up to City Council. We did have them go through a design criteria modification. And again, we went through a couple of iterations. I believe, Matt, you want to talk about some of the details on that real quick, if you have a moment?
Good evening, Council. Yeah, I guess to kind of go into a little bit more detail on the proposed request. So the applicant is Mr. John English with Recca Engineering. He's on behalf of the property owner for the site. So as was mentioned, it's for the allowance of pump detention for the proposed Manvel Medical Facility. I guess a little bit of background about the site. So a little bit of the reason why, I guess, the pump detention is being proposed is the outfall points along Highway 6 are shallow, and with our detention requirements, not only ours, BDD4, TxDOT, and the city will be reviewing the drainage for this site. So in order to meet that criteria, since there's not that much depth, the need or the ask for pump detention is being proposed. And kind of as was mentioned, our drainage criteria is laid out in the engineering design criteria manual. Under Chapter 5, pump detention is allowed on a case-by-case basis with approval from City Council. A couple of the criteria that need to be met are, one is the use are for non-residential developments. 2, no residence is allowed within 1,000 feet of the pump facility. 3, a backup natural gas generator is provided for the entire pump facility. 4, 50% of the detention is achieved by gravity. And 5, the corresponding drainage district approves the pump facility. And so a couple of the steps that the applicant has already been taking in order to meet this criteria, kind of as was mentioned, it is for a proposed ER clinic, so it's a non-residential use. There are no existing residential uses within 1,000 feet of the pump facility. They are proposing to use a generator, which will service both the building and the pump system. The detention pond is set to have its gravity outfall at mid-depth of the pond in order to achieve the 50% requirement that we have. And the applicant has already been in correspondence with BDD4. They've gone through some of their requirements. And while a final approval is not set in stone just yet, we do require approval from the Drainage District and TxDOT as a part of our permit approval on the city side. And so there's also some additional supplemental documents that are attached with the packet. One being the completed design modification form, variance form, which contains a little bit more information about the proposed pump system. They do have a maintenance plan and a stormwater maintenance covenant with BDD4 that we requested would also be made out for the city as well, just to outline some responsibility and maintenance obligations to the applicant, and also to allow for the city's involvement in any maintenance or, I guess, checks, inspections, that we would be involved in those as well. So we did take this to the Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission on March 10th. It was recommended for approval with 4 votes yes to 3 no's. And just in general, the applicant does meet the city's criteria for the allowance of pump detention. While generally we don't usually recommend or, I guess, generally support pump detention. So instead of offering a recommendation, staff has proposed to offer technical assistance to the council to answer any questions that you guys may have in order to help make a decision. And then we also do have the applicant here too. They do have a presentation to kind of give some more information about their proposed request. So I'm here, and then the applicant is here to help answer any questions that you guys may have.
Okay, great. So we'll open it up to council comments and questions first, and we'll see if there's a need for a presentation. My understanding here, Dan, is that from the beginning, when we first approved the SUP for this ER, that having bump detention we already knew that it was going to be needed. This is now formalizing it. So when we approved the SUP, we set the stage for this approval, knowing that it was coming.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. I think Marianne, and I think it was either Marianne or Christie said it. I mean, this is going to be something we experience all along the south side of Highway 6 unless we get off-site detention. It's going to be the need for some sort of pump detention. And at the same time, DD4 is actually, I don't know if you're aware of this, Dan, they're loosening their restrictions on pump detention, and they're internally working on some policy changes for that. And so if they've met all the conditions, I understand the concern that both our city manager has and PD&Z has regarding pump detention. But if we want to see land south of Highway 6 develop, this is the best way to do it. Council, do you guys have any comments or questions for staff and or the applicant? Councilman Bonner?
Yeah, I'm still kind of troubled a little bit about why we don't get a recommendation from staff. It's like we don't want to talk about it sound to me.
I will never recommend pump detention if you want my recommendation. But the fact of the matter is that's the only way that this project can happen. So that's why it's just better for us to be neutral.
Well, that's why I mean, we know that that's the only way
right.
that anything along south side of Highway 6 is going to be able to happen right now. And I just wish if we're going to make it for specific places only by city council, I'd like to see us all get on the same page that we understand we need to do it and we're going to find the best way to do it. And in this case, we asked the company here, we told them this is what you have to do, and they met every condition that we put in front of them. So
they did, and I can attest. I mean, every safety factor that we've factored in, that we've asked them to include, they've abided by that. You know, we've got multiple pumps, they've got backup pumps, they've got the backup generator. Again, it's in this case, just like the one that's on the west side of 288 that council approved about 2 years ago. If something happens and this fails, it impacts them. And it doesn't impact residents, you know, so that's the good thing. They're not using it for floodplain mitigation. It's only for detention. So again, of all, and I wasn't being catty a minute ago, that's just an engineering preference. It's not something that, you know, that I know that there's in some cases that's all you can do, right? Just practically, I could never say, let's go do it. But if you have to do it, this is the only way that it can be done.
I just don't want it to get to other people that are looking to develop on Highway 6 that they're going to face this same.
Sure.
I mean, they're going to face the obstacle because they're going to have to, we're kind of setting the standard here with this development that this is what you're going to have to do. And I don't want that to feed off of reading somewhere that staff is not for this or, and I don't mean you have to jump on the bandwagon. Don't get me wrong. I understand placing the thought process there, but I just don't want to discourage other growth.
And honestly, I mean, without putting words in the engineer's mouth, he's probably not in favor of them either. I mean, the developer's probably not in favor of them. It's very, very expensive. It's very costly. It's a lot of maintenance. So empirically, I'm sure that y'all would rather not do it as well, quite frankly. But that's all that you can do with this particular site.
Councilman Lands?
Yes, and I myself am not in favor of pump detention, but this is an unusual situation, I believe, with being a 24-hour emergency center. They're going to be open, and they came to us and said yes, that we'll do the gas generator, that was a requirement, and that'll do it. And the variance is just that. It's a variance. It's not a carte blanche for whoever else comes down the road. So because we do it one time doesn't mean we're going to do it again. I think this is a good thing. I think we can make it work.
With every challenge, there's an opportunity. I think, you know, there's an opportunity to partner with DD4 and CNR3 if we can get some, whether it's Acre Lake or there's other land that we can get off-site detention that helps not only those neighboring properties but helps alleviate some of these challenges along Highway 6. that presents a great economic opportunity there. Councilman Opleger or Mayor Pro Tem, do you guys have any questions or comments?
Oh, I don't know the question. I'm 95% sure that RV sales place down the road has pump detention because I watched the water come out after a rainstorm, and that's been there for a number of years, and I haven't seen a problem. I don't know. It just seems to work over there. So, sounds good to me.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I think that was the first debacle me and city engineer had. Before he was city manager. I'm not an engineer, but common sense goes a long way. And for me, at that period of time, depending on what we can do, the biggest thing is to move Manvel forward, make it friendly for business. And so the biggest thing that I want to highlight tonight is your willingness to be honest to your convictions and say, I will never be for it. However, I hear council wants to move forward with business. And if we don't, there's nothing going to be able to be developed on that side. So thank you. Secondly, I've got to commend Manvel Emergency Center because it sounds to me, and just by looking at this, number one, the presentation is on point. They go above and beyond to show us what they're willing to do and to show pictures and to show what it's like. I would highly recommend that other people or business owners that want to come to Manvel do what they're doing. This is impressive. Secondly, this is refreshing when we have community business partners that come and don't say no and don't try to maneuver around what we want. They just go for it. They really want to be here and they're doing it. So I just wanted to commend them on that. Other than that, I think that I'm going to be in favor for this. I think that historically, I get certain people aren't for pump detention, but I haven't seen evidence of it fail here in Manvel or surrounding areas. And so 100% for it when it makes sense.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. For the applicant, you guys are more than welcome. You have a great presentation here. If you want to come give it, you're more than welcome to. But I think you kind of get the sense of where each of us stand right now. So is there anything that you'd like to add to the conversation?
I appreciate the opportunity. Really, we just wanted to address the issues that we encountered last week and allay those concerns that we heard. Really, primarily, there are 2 pumps in this pump detention system, and there was some concerns about, well, what if both pumps fail? First and foremost, the pumps are powered by the emergency generator that has restrictions and requirements that far supersede anything that we have here as far as that generator. If the power goes out, we have within 10 seconds for that to kick back on through our automatic transfer switch. So, I mean, the life safety of our patients is first and foremost. So the pump detention is actually benefiting from those extremely high standards. We're not just a auto parts store or, something that in the middle of the night, nobody's there paying attention. So there's that primarily, that we've got both of those pumps on a backup generator that has its requirements from the state that we have to meet. Secondarily, we heard, oh gosh, what if both pumps fail? We've gone out and in the presentation that you have, we went with our general contractor, we got the design parameters from John and said, we will have a portable pump on site in our plant ops so that if, God forbid, something does happen to both pumps, we've got a portable pump there to immediately make sure that we're not adversely affecting anybody as far as the flooding. There was concerns about, Highway 6. So we want to be the best neighbor that we can and make sure that we're meeting and hearing all the requirements that you've set forth.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you covering that and listening to the feedback from PD&Z. I know 3 members did not recommend it, and I think they share those convictions of our city manager. And
those were the things that they brought up after the meeting. We met with them, and we were like, what was it?
Great.
And they said, well, we didn't know about the natural gas generator, how that was supporting your actual life safety systems within the facility. We didn't understand that. That would have made change our mind, perhaps, if we had heard that during the presentation earlier. So we made sure we came today armed with, hey, how can we make sure that we are addressing those concerns and meeting the requirements?
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Council, do you guys have any questions? All right. Do I have a motion for this agenda item?
Make a motion.
We have a motion to approve from our Mayor Pro Tem with, are there conditions associated with this, Matt or Dan, that we need to? No. Sure. Okay. So we have a motion. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed, motion passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Congratulations. All right.
Mayor, if would it be appropriate to just recognize what a great job Matt did in reviewing this? I mean, it's, again, the first time that we've seen one here. Matt worked for the city of Pearland before where he did get to experience a few of those. So I just really appreciate having him on our team to go through all the nuts and bolts of it.
Awesome. Great job, Matt. That's I watched the PD&Z meeting. You did a great job presenting it and answering questions, and we're blessed to have you a part of the team. So thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Next agenda item, number 3, consideration of possible action to direct staff on the following, which is participation or contribution to the Iowa Colony Annual Fourth Fest. I think after our last meeting, we asked staff to run some numbers to get with Iowa Colony to see what they were looking for. So what do you guys have for us tonight?
So we did run some numbers. We last year it was a one-day event. This year it sounds like it's going to be a 2-day event, correct? So basically, if we project out what we spent last year and assume that it's going to be 2 days, it would probably be about the equivalent of $20,000 in in-kind services that we would be providing between Public Works and our police department. So we can do that again, or we can give a monetary amount. Iowa Colony did not ask us for a monetary amount. It's just, I think they probably get more out of our hands and feet, and our stuff, our manpower, than they do the dollars right now. So if council is okay with it, we can just continue with helping them out. The question that we have asked is, if we are donating that much in man hours, can our name be a little bit bigger on the advertisement, so to speak? So Tammy and I both reached out to Robert on that. So they're looking into that for us.
Okay. Councilman Bonner, I know you brought this up. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Are we good with 2 days worth of manpower? Or does that put a strain on us?
As far as the police department, yeah, we'd be good with it. I would anticipate most of the manpower we would have would be during the fireworks show. During the actual barbecue cook-off and the other events, they might ask for a couple of assistants, but I think the most part, as far as police-wise, it's going to be the fireworks show and the traffic direction.
And then same thing with the city's participation. I just want to make sure we're not going to overload ourselves there.
That would be for Robbie and Tammy, for y'all's teams. What do you say, Rob?
No, we'll be good because I think mostly Public Works will be doing like ground maintenance or whatever, so it won't be too bad. But we'll be good.
Same. So what are they going to do during a 2-day 4th of July festival? I haven't heard of that before, so I'm curious.
So this is actually their first time because the way that it's fallen on the weekend. One of the things they're doing is working on a concert at the stadium. I haven't gotten all the details for that yet. And then the barbecue cook-off, if I'm not mistaken, the barbecue cook-off location will be at the old City Hall site, and then the concert piece of it at the school on the field. And then, of course, the carnival like they did last year on the 4th of July. The second day, I just don't have enough details yet. They're still trying to work them out to know what help from us they would even need for that day.
Okay. Well, our concert festival will be way better than theirs, okay? We're over here playing chess, all right? Inside joke there. So, and we can learn from them. There might be an opportunity to network there. So council, I'm good with providing direction to staff to negotiate the best deal possible to make sure that we get the proper promotion if we're putting in that much money. And then if any sort of approval is needed at that point, Dan, we can give it to you if something formal is needed. But I think you guys know what council's looking for from us. And if you need anything, just let us know. You good with that, council?
If they need a barbecue judge.
Yeah, they need judges. You just let us know. I don't do chicken. I'll never do chicken or chili.
That may need more than one.
Wait, what?
They're going to have a barbecue cook-off.
Yeah, but why'd you say chicken and chili?
So chicken, people don't know how to cook chicken properly, and the meat comes in really bad. And then chili, people do it too greasy, I've noticed. So I won't judge chicken or chili, but if you need somebody to judge some brisket, I'm your man.
I'll bring you some chicken to judge.
There you go. I'll judge your chicken, Councilman Bonner, anytime. All right. Moving on here to you guys. Dan, you guys good? Tammy, you guys good with that? Okay. Agenda item number 4, consideration and possible action to approve the second and final reading of ordinance 2025-0-08 Bobby, what we're looking for from you is just a yay or nay. Can we take a vote this time? Do we have everything that we need?
Yes, Mr. Chad has done a hell of a job getting everyone at Wolf Park, all the waivers that we've needed. Ken Phillips done a great job reviewing it all from a real estate standpoint. We have the indemnification agreement. We've got the check. We've got everything we need. The one holdout that we have will be covered by the indemnity agreement, which I think we discussed last time. So we're not 100%, but we're pretty darn close. So we are ready to take a vote. Tammy's got the agreements, so we're ready.
All right. Any comments or questions from council? Do I have a motion for this, council? We have a motion from Councilman Bonner, and I will second that motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 5-0. See ya, Wolf Air Park. I'm just kidding. Thank you, guys. This has been a long time coming. Many generations of council members have tried to do this, and we appreciate y'all's work and working with us and getting this over the hump. So thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
See y'all down the road. All right. We are now on to agenda item number 4. I'm going to summarize this. This is consideration and possible action to approve payment for the following items listed and to authorize the city manager. Agenda item number 5. And to execute the agreements and estimates required by the City of Manvel purchasing policy. Dan, can you talk us through what you've got here?
Yes, Mayor. So there are two things. I guess, Rosie, can you first talk about our ARPA funds? That's where this is coming from, correct?
Yes, so that is correct. We received approximately 360-some thousand that we have still to spend, and we got to spend it by the end of this year, or we lose the funds and we got to reimburse the government for it. So these are projects that we can actually do with the ARPA funds and continue growing that with the growth.
And as a refresher, the ARPA funds came from, was that COVID?
Yes, COVID. That was the second wave of funds that the government gave out for COVID.
So the stipulation was it had to be used on infrastructure projects?
Infrastructure, water utility, technology.
Right. So as it happens, we have two projects that will consume a good amount of that. If you've noticed in front of AutoZone for the last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of construction activity. So whenever they were trying to connect to our sanitary sewer, they unfortunately got out of sequence and started digging before they had a permit. And so they found our 24-inch sanitary sewer line, put a big hole in it, and just caused an absolute mess. So we've been working to clean that up. We've got a way to fix it. It is expensive, but it's a way to fix that. And thankfully, we have these funds because I guess we can't use them for repairs, right, Rosie? But it can be for an improvement. So this will be an improvement to the repair. Anyway, that's what that second one is. We have a contractor that's ready to get started on that. They were actually the contractor that ended up going out there to fix the leak when it first happened. And then the first one is some more SCADA improvements. So that, if you remember, SCADA is what allows us to communicate with all of our water plants, lift stations, wastewater plants. So whenever we first started that SCADA program, obviously, we have added some other facilities since then, specifically the Manvel Town Center. So if we can get Manvel Town Center onto our SCADA system, then we can control that water plant and that wastewater plant as well. So that's what we're asking for tonight, Mayor.
Awesome. So how much money will be left in our ARPA funds after these two expenditures are made?
About 130,000.
Has that been spec'd out as to what we're going to use that remaining 130,000 if we have just until the end of the year?
Not yet, but we're working on it. We were hoping to have that for you tonight, but we're working on that.
Okay. Next meeting, you guys think?
I think so. Yes, sir.
All right. I'm excited to see what that is. All right, Council, any comments or questions regarding this agenda item?
So that contractor doesn't have to pay for the break?
For the break, yes. For the improvement, so this line, I think, Tammy, we decided it was installed in 2004. So, we're very, very blessed that we don't have old infrastructure like a lot of cities do. It's a catch-22, We don't have a lot of infrastructure, period. What we do have is predominantly new. This particular line is from 2004, so it's literally the oldest, I think, the oldest sanitary sewer line that we have. So once we started working on the line itself, we realized very quickly that the way that it was installed back then is not consistent with the way that we install them now, with our bedding and backfill and good cement stabilized sand and all that kind of good stuff around it. So the pipe itself is very brittle. So, without divulging too much, we're working with AutoZone, obviously working with the contractor to figure out exactly who's paying for what. But essentially what we're having to do is go from one manhole to another. So it's about 400 feet of essentially new line. So we can talk about the repairs and the hole and all of that kind of good stuff with AutoZone. This part is just recognition that that's not enough. We need to go ahead, while we're there, while we've got it exposed, we need to go ahead and we're actually, what we're gonna do is pipe burst it, because that way we don't have to have a big open excavation. This sanitary sewer is what, 12 or 13 feet deep, 14 feet? 15. Yeah, so it's below the water table. We'd have to de-water and everything else. Very expensive, very disruptive right along Highway 6. So fortunately, we have a contractor that can pipe burst it and cause minimal damage.
All right. Good question, Councilman. Any other comments or questions from council?
That was basically my question, was if they're the ones that created the issue, then why are we not holding them accountable? But I hear you saying they are going to fix it, but if we're going to improve it, then what really are they fixing?
Well, they're paying the contractor for all of the work that the contractor had to do, because so this is the same sanitary sewer line that's receiving sewer from Del Bello, from Blue Water Lakes, part of Valencia. So, I mean, we've got a lot of flow coming our way. So all of the temporary bypassing, and they had to pump it out and everything. So all of that is certainly on the
I don't think I'm understanding. So, sorry.
That's okay.
So we're asking them to be responsible for their action on it, yet we are improving it because it's the oldest water line, and clearly it takes care of a lot of homes and neighboring businesses. However, I'm not understanding how they're taking care of that, but yet we're improving it.
So I think, let me ask it like this, Dan. So we could ask them to just simply repair it. They would cover that cost, fill the hole back in, and we could be done with it.
Right.
But because we know there's other issues since they already have it exposed,
right,
let's make these improvements at the same.
I get that, but who's paying for that? So we're asking, y'all are asking us to approve the additional finances to improve that. So what part are they covering? Are y'all?
They covered all the repair part.
So they're repairing.
Mary, you're absolutely right. But we can't unknow what we know now, as far as now that we've seen it all exposed. So, it's one of those things we wouldn't have known that it was in this shape had they not broken it. Ironically enough,
So they
right?
fixed it.
They fixed what.
And so
yes,
now
yes.
now we see, they
Right.
fixed it, it's working now, but now we need to go ahead and
And again,
Upgrade
the
it.
snapshot in time that we have funds that we need to spend on improving a line. I mean, it's a perfect time. If we were ever going to do it, now's the time, because we have funds that were separate and apart from our normal budget.
So now that brings the other question, which one is next? And so now we know that that's there and that's antiquated. Have we looked to see what other lines we have that are just as antiquated as that one?
Yeah, this is only one 400-foot section. So if this works, then we'll know. But I mean, we've got from Burger Barn all the way to corporate. It was all installed at the same time. So
$130,000 for 400 feet.
No, it's actually 200, isn't it? Let's see. 250.
$254,000
The 130 is
for
for what's
400
remaining.
feet. I'm sorry?
The 130 is what's remaining in funding available.
That's what we have available, so we have to figure out where to get the difference.
No.
So I heard
So
I didn't hear that right.
Yeah, the 250, we have about 500,000. The 250 is being pulled from the 500,000. If we approve these two expenditures, then within that bucket, we'll only have 130 left.
Gotcha, okay. So, given that now we know, and this is 400 feet of that,
Right. So what we'll have them do is they're going to televise the line to see what shape the rest of this line is in, because, every 400 feet, and it could get very expensive.
yeah, it's getting scary.
It is. It's not ideal. I mean, that's infrastructure, honestly, we're very fortunate, we don't have old vitrified clay pipe our water lines, we don't have asbestos cement, we don't have these old lines like a lot of cities do. So
This is PVC?
it's very interesting. It's corrugated PVC. Corrugated on the outside, of course, not on the inside, but it's strange. I've never seen a sanitary sewer that was corrugated, and neither has any of our guys, so.
You had to be around that.
Yep.
Discount pipe.
You know, it seems like it's maybe another great grant opportunity for us to recruit a grant writer to help us out with. I think there might be some money out there for things like that, or circling back to the workshop, Del Bello Lane right there could use water lines and fire hydrants. There was a house that burned down a few years back, and the challenge was getting water to it because there was no water lines in the area. So there's definitely a lot of need that's out there, and maybe there's grants or opportunities to partner to make it happen.
If I could, Mayor, another, I guess, sort of recognition. So our team really responded the absolute right way whenever, after AutoZone's contractor hit this line, they brought out some materials to try and keep the hole open, and it was basically like sheet piling material. But it was put in there like toothpicks. I mean, completely incorrect. And so our guys, knowing what they know now, what they've been trained in now, said, no, absolutely not. You guys, no, we're not doing it this way. So we got the right contractor in there. They did. They absolutely did.
All right, Council.
So thanks to Ernie and his team.
Yes, thank you to Ernie and his team. Council, do I have a motion for this agenda item?
Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion from Councilman Bonner. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Lands. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 5-0. We previously approved agenda item number 6. We'll now move on to agenda item number 7. This is consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of ordinance 2025-0-11. Dan, Tammy, Bobby, what do you guys have for us here?
So this is not the first time that council has closed a portion of Bissell Road. We had to look it up. It was Tammy and I were convinced it was just a couple years ago, and as it turns out, it was in 2014. But that particular part of Bissell was basically a dumping grounds, if you'll recall, and it was so if you're heading, say, from Masters Road and what's now the bridge for Meridiana Parkway. Before the bridge was there, it was just a dead end road, and so we council actually closed it from where the bridge is now to the west. Anyway, just as an example, this particular part of Bissell that we're recommending closure for is if you're coming off of Highway 6 on Iowa Lane. And then you know where the bridge that's going to go over the canal, and then the very, very steep bridge that goes over the railroad tracks. If you've noticed between those 2 humps, sort of the camel humps there, back to your left, if you're coming from Highway 6, so in other words, to the east, there's one road, there's one residential driveway, essentially a long driveway that is Bissell Road. So from that point forward, it goes all the way to the east and then back to the south to literally one person's home. So he had approached us years ago about abandoning the road or what would be the best way to do it. Basically, he'd like for people to not dump stuff at the end of his road. So he would like to put a gate right there up against close to Iowa Lane. Well, right now it's still a city road, so how do we do that? So we've come up with this idea. It's a little different, but we think it checks all the boxes. So what this would do, so tonight you would have first reading for the ordinance to close the road. So we're not abandoning; it's still the city's road. If we ever need to use it, if Gulf Coast Water Authority needs to use it, if BDD 4 or BDD 4 needs to use it, if any governmental entities need to use it, then they can. It would still have the Clickton or the Knox box and those kind of things if public safety needs to get in there, or ESD. But what it would do, so it would close it to anybody and everybody that doesn't have a license agreement. So on your next meeting, we would have the second reading for this and a license agreement for that homeowner so that obviously he can access the road himself. Did I leave anything out? Is that good?
All right, good job, Dan. Any comments or questions from council? Hearing none, do I have a motion for this agenda item? Councilman Oplager?
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Councilman Oplager. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 5-0. Next, we have agenda item number 8. Yes, 8. Consideration and possible action to approve an agreement between the Brazoria County Emergency Service District Number 3 and the City of Manvel for fuel sharing during disasters. Bobby, what do you got for us?
Okay, well, the ASD has said in the past, we've helped each other out with fuel in times of an emergency. They'd like to get an interlocal agreement to memorialize that, so it simply provides that we'll be reimbursed, keep a tally, and once the emergency is over, we can get reimbursed. And the mayor had asked about also addressing labor and overhead costs, so we've added in for either party a 5% charge to help offset the cost of labor for the staff that are going to have to administer it and pump the gas on behalf of the other entity. So it works both ways, and it's just a way to simply account for all that.
Okay. Bobby and Dan, question, because I know we sold the land to them near Rodeo Palms for $1. Will they, in their construction plans, will they have a fueling station over on that side of town? In case there's a disaster that happens, will that be built into their plans?
I haven't seen anything or heard of anything that will have that. It will have a part for the police department, an office for the police department, but I don't think we require anything like that.
Okay. Do we know their timeline for that? Because that might be an opportunity if we understand what their timeline is to talk about a fueling agreement, because this could be a fueling agreement to go both ways that could also help us out on that side of town. Mm-hmm. So do we know any information like that right now, or?
We don't, but we have our quarterly meeting with them this Wednesday.
Okay.
So we can certainly bring that up, Mayor.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any comments or questions from council? No. Hearing none, do we have a motion for this agenda item?
Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion from Councilman Bonner. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilman Oplager. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 5-0. Next, we have agenda item number 9, which is update on Brazoria County Day. 3 council members, and we had 1 department head that were able to go to Brazoria County Day in Austin a few weeks ago. Wanted to put this on the agenda to give an opportunity to share any takeaways from anybody that attended. Councilman Bonner, I'd love to start with you and see if you had any main takeaways that would be good to share with the team. If you can unmute yourself too. Thank you.
Sorry. Wonderful time. Networking with other city officials, government officials, with the county and with the state. Had the opportunity, along with yourself, to have a very good meeting with Representative Berry. And I want to thank him personally for some of the stuff that he's helped us with over the last couple of about months now. Finding the monies for the generators, I think he was part of that, and I want to thank him for that. Some of the things that we talked about with him were looking at funding opportunities where he's going to let us know if things like that come up for infrastructure needs. We also had a good talk, Councilwoman Sarmiento and I, with Senator Middleton, where he told us about some funds that he thinks are going to be available for infrastructure. For small urban cities like ourselves, we qualify for some of those, where we can get some water and sewer lines in places that we need them that might help out our economic development group, so that we can have services to property instead of having to put that cost onto the developer. We might already have that, and great grant opportunity there. So I thought we had really good meetings with them, and look forward to going again the next time.
Thank you, Councilman. I would concur with all of that. I realized attending it, there's a lot of funding that's available at the state level, and that it even passes through from the federal government to different pass-through agencies that is out there. And we as a city have started to tap into that through TDEM grants, community block development grants, and others, and our team's doing a great job pursuing those. But there's a lot out there to be aware of. There's also a lot of activity happening in the county, a lot of growth, that not just in Manvel, but all throughout the county. I just read that West Columbia approved a 300 lot, 40-foot lot size development. It's coming all throughout Brazoria County, and it's not just, the challenges we have are not just unique to Manvel. So it was a great opportunity to network and to as the elected officials, not requiring on taxpayer-funded lobbyists, but for us ourselves representing our community to go up there and petition our state legislators. It was a great opportunity for that. Mayor Pro Tem, is there anything you'd like to add or share? Any takeaways?
I think it was fantastic. Got to see Robbie, got to see some of our leaders there. For me, the biggest takeaway is that we can't do anything alone. I think I've mentioned that a few times, that if we want to do anything grand or massive, it really takes collaboration. And being able to be in a place where all of the elected officials are there, most of them, and just outside of our day-to-day, to be able to just have those conversations, break some of those barriers, and come together to move our county forward, our city forward, our state forward. I know to a lot of people, it's like, oh, it's just a photo op, right? Everyone's at the Capitol taking pictures. But there's meaning behind that, and there's value to it, because when we are around other people and those conversations spark, things happen for the people who elected us. And that's what we have to focus on. It's not just a fun time. However, it was the most amazing shrimp boil I'd been to in a while. But I do want to concur with both of my colleagues. I want to say thank you to Representative Mays Middleton for having the conversation with us, exploring other ideas that we haven't heard before. Not that they haven't been available, it's just setting that time to meet with them, asking the right questions, and then being open and available to do that. Met with Senator Berry, good Lord, I'm tired. Representative Berry, and it was really refreshing to see his excitement to say, hey, I've been working on these things for your city, and just like the enthusiasm that he was able to open a door for us, right? Because ultimately we have to make the agreement. Opening doors is huge. So for me, the biggest takeaway is that we get more done when we collaborate. And I know in politics, sometimes that can be spicy and dicey, right? Because it feeds to people's desires. But at the end of the day, if we just put our egos down and we sit in a room and we look forward for what's the better for everybody, we're going to get forward for everybody. And then if our constituents want to vote us back in, they'll see the progress. And so that's the biggest thing that I want to take away from that. I took away from that. It was beautiful to see people that I don't get to see often over there and just have those friendly conversations. And most importantly, for me personally, my daughter got to go and experience that. She's the one who did the prayer earlier. And for her to be able to see in action what it's like for the legislator to pass agreements and do the things that they do for us was phenomenal.
And I think your husband was up there too, advocating for parks and green space.
Yes. I forgot about my husband. He was there, and he was wheeling and dealing. He's such an introvert, right? And he was out there like, what can we do to get parks in Manvel? So we love Manvel. We love everybody here, and I'm so proud. I was very proud to see everybody come together and just a positivity to get things done. That just was beautiful for us. So that's it. Thank you, guys.
Robbie, do you have anything you'd like to share, sir?
Yes, sir, I do. So I concur with everything you said, Council. But it was the shrimp was the biggest takeaway for me. That was nice.
It's good eating.
I've never seen that many shrimp in my life.
It's a lot.
Mayor, if I might,
It was good.
I did forget to mention that I did have a meeting with the State Parks Board there.
Yes.
And again, my whole objective meeting with these groups was to talk about funds available. And while we're planning the 160 acres and we're planning the park behind us, to hear them tell us all the monies that are available for parks was amazing, because that's a direct thing that we might not have to pay for. So I look forward to having future conversations once we get down the road a little bit with them about funding on these parks.
Absolutely. As you were talking, Councilman Bonner and I attended the meeting with the Governor's Economic Development Office. And one of the things that they brought up, and as well as the Alliance, which is the Brazoria County Whole Economic Development Corporation, is that if we have pieces of land, and Chris, I see you back there as well from an EDC perspective, and Donald, if we have land that's available that we want to see an investment in, if we put together a marketing package for that and let the Alliance know and let the state know, they have a portfolio of cities and counties that have said this is a great piece of land and this is what we're looking to see developed there. So as developers and builders for commercial businesses want to come to town, they reach out to the governor's office and they look through that portfolio and they say, you know what, this meets 5 of 7 criteria of what we're looking for. Maybe we can work on the other 2. So if we talk about developing here along, heading further east along Highway 6, I think there's a phenomenal opportunity to do that. Texas just won the Governor's Cup again this year, 21st time, which is the best place to do business in the United States. And so there's an opportunity there as we work with the EDC, and that was a big takeaway. Well, thank you for everybody participating. Would love to have more of you go back in 2 years. It happens every legislative session. And thank you to those of you who were able to attend. Rosie was going to join us, but she's been head down keeping our finances straight. And we appreciate you doing that for us, Rosie. Next, we have an executive session, so I'll read this out and we'll then step into executive session. I'd love to have Dan, Tammy, and Bobby join us in executive session. City Council will convene into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, and duties of a public officer or employee, discussion on applicants for the appointment of a Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission board members, discussion on applicants for the appointment of Manvel Economic Development Corporation board members. We will head into executive session here at 7:37. We do not know how long that this will take, so if you're able to hang out, great. If you need to leave, we understand. We will then come back out of executive session and make the necessary appointments then. So thank you, everyone. All right, council will reconvene from executive session at 9:09 p.m. We will go to the first agenda item coming out of executive session, which is agenda item number 10. This is consideration and possible action on the appointments of the Manvel Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission, positions 1, 2, 3, 4, with a 2-year term to expire March 2027. For both this and MEDC, we have a few people that are remaining here, but if you're watching online, we had, for both positions, so many great applicants. And that's what made this decision extremely tough for both of these. No longer are we in the days where we have to beg people to be involved. People want to be involved, and that's an exciting thing. I know the first time, whenever I applied, I moved to Manvel in 2017, and I applied for a board, and I didn't get accepted for that. And now, 8 years later, I'm sitting up here. So for those that have applied, that we are not appointing this time, I want you to still be involved, be engaged, reapply. Let Tammy know if you want to keep your application in the queue, because we need you and it's important. So council, I would like to make a motion that for this agenda item number 10, we reappoint Ryan Miller to position 1, Kyle Marshkin to position 2, Marianne Atkinson to position 3, and Kenneth Haynes to position 4. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Bonner. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 5-0. Agenda item number 11, consideration and possible action on the appointments of the Manvel Economic Development Corporation, positions 4, 5, 6, and 7, with a 2-year term to expire March 2027. Council, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Carolyn Waits to position 4, reappoint Jason Black to position 5, reappoint Derek Dowmelin to position 6, and appoint Ty Watkins to position 7. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Lands. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 5-0. Congratulations to those that were reappointed and appointed. Next, we have another executive session, so we're heading on back there, y'all. So we have City Council will convene into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074. Personnel matters to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, and duties of a public officer or employee. This is going to be the mid-year update on the progress of 2025 city manager goals, mid-year update on the progress of 2025 city attorney goals, and then we'll immediately run into the next one, which is council is going to be convening into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to discuss the following: Brazoria County MUD 61 Utility and Development Agreement. And so we will start with the city manager. So Dan, if you can join us on back there, we will head into executive session at 9:11 p.m. All right, council will reconvene from executive session here at 11:10 PM. Having taken no action in executive session, but we did decide to, we'll want to circle back at our next meeting to talk about the MUD 61, to have that on the agenda. So that wraps up the end of the agenda. Great way to celebrate St. Patrick's Day and a 6-hour long. Well, I think we have one, oh, hold on, one comment for that. Mayor Pro Tem and I were talking about signage in the city, specifically bandit signs and campaign signs. Many signs are in violation of city code. They're being put on people's property without their permission. They're being put in city right-of-way, TxDOT right-of-way underneath stop signs. We have a code, and I would like to make sure that we enforce that with the zero tolerance policy. We understand that candidates and businesses spend time on that, but if they are illegally placing those signs, pick them up. And we can reach out to them. I know our team has had a general philosophy of, we'll call the candidate, let them know, ask them to come pick them up. But they need to just be scooped up and either destroyed or stored, or whatever that might be. But, you know, I live in Lakeland, and we're seeing a ton of bandit signs pop up all over the place. I'm more than happy to go pick them up myself, but I've been told I can't do that as mayor. And so it would have to be staff that does that. But I
got a question. Is it legal for staff to pick up a sign in TxDOT right away? Because that's where I've seen a lot of signage problems.
We'll get that answer.
But, you know, Dan, Chief, you guys have the full blessing from council to pick these signs up and do what's necessary.
Have a
Directive to do that. I don't know, Mayor Pro Tem, if there's anything you'd like to add to that.
Absolutely.
You said.
I said, you said. So I want to be as diplomatic as possible. However, this is the first campaign for anything in the city in my 10 years of living here where I have seen such unprofessionalism, first of all. Slightly close of a curse word at a public comment here to us a few weeks ago. Some online things that shouldn't be said. Most importantly, if the people that are choosing to run to represent our city cannot follow very basic campaign rules and codes, they should reconsider their run, period. I'm in strong support for staff to not try to decide what to do with that. I think that you should. I've heard the sentiment of, well, they might get elected and then we have a problem. Well, guess what? If they're going to run for that, then they need to run a good campaign. Also, some of those signs, I'm aware, they're not even written in the right format to be running for a campaign. There's only 2 of them that are out there that I've seen that are in the proper format for a campaign sign. So I don't know who or what needs to be done, but it's zero tolerance. I agree with you, Mayor. The other thing is that if you have the audacity or the courage, either or, to run to represent our city, then you need to have the courage to follow the rules and also be an example of what you're going to be when you sit up here. So that's just my take on that, and good luck to the candidates.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And Chief, if you want to deputize us, I love picking up signs. It's a stress relief for me, so you let me know, and I will be.
We'll take care of it.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all that the city's doing. Lots of good things happening, lots of things to celebrate. Good meeting tonight, council. Thank you, staff, for staying late. We know we kept you guys long. It was a long meeting, but we appreciate y'all. Councilman?
Now I move we adjourn.
And I'll second that motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you. Good night.